Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having a great day. And I see my remote off work for Will's TV, or however he was watching the game, I assume. He was watching a little bit of footy, I would think. Actually, I have no freaking clue. It's just what Smokey said. Will, did you make it? Yes, you are. We will give you this for being a good boy and walking away from the TV. What's the score, Will? What's the score?
I'll tell you what, the score is 1-0 Australia up. So look out, world. The world beaters, Australia, look like they're are letting our young forwards go was the right thing to do. Off the leash.
All right, off the leash. Actually, I think it was John who said you would be watching the football. Excuse me. And you guys call it the wrong thing. It is freaking soccer, for God's sakes.
It's all
Um,
football. It's all football. You just have to be nuanced to know which one you're talking about at the time. It separates the real fans from the bandwagoners.
yeah, whatever. You mean like anyway? I'm not gonna talk about the seven plagues of Washington D.C.
Fair enough. I'm gonna go try to pack some stuff into the nest, and I'll be back shortly once Smokey kicks us off.
All right, and I will go ahead and do a timestamp. Just making sure we get Smokey up here before I totally abandon this second computer or machine.
Timestamp away.
All right, I call it the freaking echo machine at some point. All
If
right.
you were a mate, you'd say, "Will, you should watch the second half of this, and I'll co-host for you."
Nah, I'm not that nice. No, I am that nice, but Will, there's nobody who could hold a candle to your ability to talk about um oil stuff on fire, and I think there is some tonight. Um, anyway, let's let's see. Oh, I discovered a new place in what it was in Alabama. I thought it was a very interesting name for a city in Alabama, but we'll talk about that when we get there. In Twat Orkney, it is 6:02 a.m. on Sunday, June 14th. Oh, fuck. One more week. All right. And in Bitch, in France and Switzerland, it is 7:02 a.m. At the pirate ship in Ukraine, and also the children's train in Ukraine, not located in the same spot, but anyway, it's 8:03 a.m. and I see that we have at least some of our Ukrainian locals on. And in the workers' paradise of Useless Loop, Australia, it is 1:03 p.m. On the Kinky Expressway, just outside of Osaka, Japan, it is 2:03 p.m. On Mount Misery in Australia, it is 2:33 p.m. And in Spanker Knob, Australia, it is 3:03 p.m. Now, in Spread Eagle Bay, which is exactly 2 kilometers south of Dildo in Newfoundland, it is 2:33 a.m. And then in Punky Doodles Corners, Ontario, because that makes me laugh, it is 1:04 a.m. And then in Rainbow City, Alabama, which I thought that was really perfect for Pride Month. It would be 12:04 a.m. And in Beaverhead, Idaho, it is 11:04 p.m. Now here in the Pacific Northwest in Beaverton, Oregon, it is 10:04 p.m. And we must then go to Beaver, Alaska, where it is 9:04 p.m. Alaska, where Sarah Palin can see Russia from her house. She stalks me, and yeah, that's about all I know. But I thought Rainbow City in Alabama was a great place to mention. for for Pride Month. There you go. So, Smokey, how are things up there? A few hours north.
Well, we both, all the members of our family, except for the kids, forgot that today wasn't, or tomorrow wasn't Father's Day, which is fine. I allowed as how that I'd completely forgotten about the event myself, but then that's me. But I can be pretty absurd. I've had a pretty interesting day. It's been pretty mellow. It's been in the mid 30s up here, which is for the non-metric listeners is pretty toasty. Nice bright sunshine.
Oh, it's pretty toasty for the metric listeners if they think Pacific Northwest and 30 degrees this time of year.
Yep.
You'd be wanting a lot of you'd be wanting a lot of drinks breaks during your
Yes.
soccer match.
Yes, I've been hitting the iced tea. That's for sure. I've been dueling with the odd Vatnik. As I mentioned in the back channel, somebody decided to spar with me briefly and was crowing about the idea that they were going to take a vacation in Crimea this September, and I allowed as how as to whether or not they were going to be going by bicycle or by donkey cart. I haven't heard back from them since, but I should probably add what you suggested, which is that they might need to be prepared to swim in order to get there. Suffice to say that there have been some pretty exciting things happening in Crimea with the process of interdicting supply, and there's been all sorts of interesting targets that have been getting hit. But
and Stillerman's got a few interesting things to say about it as well.
Yeah, I would imagine so. We'll have to go over that.
The word for the day is Flugenabwehrkannon for you, Smokey. You're over the target if you're hunting if you're getting flacked by the Vatniks.
Yes, I have seen some very interesting pictures of that recently as well. Just the sky getting really thoroughly lit up. It seems that they're moving ahead with their plans to put a heavy machine gun or a light anti-aircraft cannon on the top of pretty much anything that they think is tall enough to see the sky. And as a result, there's an awful lot of spent ordnance flying around pretty much everywhere. Somebody thinks there's a drone flying, whether there's actually one there or not. Some of these images, I think they're still firing 10 or 15 minutes after the drones have actually hit their target. So it's definitely mad.
What do they call it? Fire discipline does not translate well into Russian.
Well, it never has. There's a certain amount that during at some points in different campaigns, it has been known for various Russian commanders to be congratulated on the sheer rate of ordnance that they sent downfield. The idea there is that I think they figure that if they're actually lighting up the skies with high explosive or just simply lead, that they can justify their existence even if they don't hit anything.
And like yesterday, that Panzer was hosing bullets right up to the point where the drone took it out. And but today in Panzer stories, placing them on top of the buildings might not be the stupidest thing they've done, Jeff, because putting them in the courtyard of a 3 or 4 story, 12-story, 14-story buildings, putting them in the courtyard there to protect them
in the center,
stupid.
In the center courtyard.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of spend a moment and kind of wrap my brain around that. So they're going to take.
And then when they let a missile loose at a target, once they finally acquire a target, especially if they do it when they first acquire that target, it's likely to track out and go through one of the 13-story buildings instead of hitting the drone, unless they catch it like right as it comes overhead perfectly and across their field of vision. Anything they fire from in there, missile wise, is going to risk hitting their own buildings. It's the bizarrest behavior I've ever seen. Plus, it's actually a war crime hiding of military assets inside civilian buildings. Right?
Yeah, it is. It's like they're almost doing the equivalent of giving somebody a submachine gun and dropping them into the bottom of a manhole and saying,
Right down a well.
shoot at anything that passes over the manhole cover. That's Oh man, they are desperate. They are so desperate. It's pretty obvious from that, and they're also afraid.
But the
And
best part of it is, after you hear that, then you hear the of the drone carrying on its merry way, like nothing. Nothing to see here. Move along.
man, yeah, it just things have been progressing as expected. And I was just reading about the strike at Tenenko out there. All of those, that cluster of places where they're generating distillates and stuff like that. And that wasn't one that I actually had on my list of having been hit yet.
Oh yeah, they've been the petrochemical plant got blown up a while back, and the refinery has been hit before too. But hitting them both on the same night is sweet.
Okay, well, those must have slipped by me at some point. Though I will have to say that, for a while, my maintenance of my spreadsheet has been rather lackadaisical. So there are probably some strikes in there that I've missed. I've probably got to go through it, sort through it, and re-summarize. But the upshot of it still is that I think I'm becoming more and more confident in my estimate that 60% of Russian refinery production is currently offline or inaccessible.
Well, I was going to tell you that I have done a spreadsheet myself of the top 50, and I can pretty much guarantee you conservatively that 51% is offline. So even if I measure it more conservatively, it's obviously you could well be right, but I give I give about half credit if I see even one of the crude units and a flare on. I'll basically say, might as well conservatively say that thing's back in operation for about half. But adding them up that way, plain cold or not cold, then 51%. And the key is, it's so obviously causing gasoline shortages and diesel shortages right near the latest refinery hit, because Kazan had fuel outages at Bowser's at their own stations, Tatneft, which is the same company that owns the refinery. They had outages in the capital city where they're based. So these refinery strikes mean 51%, 60%, wherever they've got it down to. That means not only can't they export any gasoline, diesel, or jet fuel, it means they don't even have enough left for mutual support to keep everybody in. We've started the Hunger Games between the military and the civilians.
Yeah, that's going to be playing out in internal Russian politics more and more sharply over the coming weeks. Now, here's the other thing: is that I've read that Nabulina is under house arrest.
Well, I don't know if I'd take that as necessarily true. I reckon we're at the point where we start asking about proof of life videos, but she hasn't been seen since the day before the SPIEF. So that was the 2nd of June, and there's reports of things she's talking about, and there's reports that I could believe she's under house arrest, but I don't think we can confirm it yet.
Well, some of the reasons why they think, or people are chattering and thinking about why she is under house arrest, include some of the conditions that she apparently placed on staying on. And one of those was that she would resign if there was going to be any mobilization. And what I'm taking this as, the going radio silent, I'm taking this as a hint that inside of Russia, that things are going to ratchet up in terms of both how Putin is going to be driving people into the armed forces, and also how they're going to be looking at their economics. You also look at we have an oligarch who just had over $7.4 billion in over
5.7 billion.
Yeah, 5.7 billion, or somewhere upwards of 200 trillion rubles, or 200 billion rubles.
Yeah. When you're
received.
talking, it's the biggest one so far, the nationalization that they've done, it basically shows that they're squeezing. I think they're up to overall 87 billion U.S. dollars worth of nationalizations. But the next proof of life we have for Nabiulina, I guess, is this week. The central bank is due to make their rate announcement, and she usually presents that and does Q&A after it. We'll see if she appears at that and what she says.
Yeah, it is an interesting dance that's going on,
if she doesn't show up, it's on.
Yeah, very definitely. So, what do you have on the menu tonight for us?
Oh, I just thought we'd walk through the things that have been blown up since yesterday, since Prince said, I'm so predictable, I might as well be predictable. And I put, of course, videos and things of them up in the nest for folks. But we could talk about them in any level of detail you want to. But of course, right as I was going off yesterday, Taman Neftegas got nailed on the peninsula, in Krasnodar, right near Kerch, right near the Kerch Bridge, and that's the oil and gas and specialty gas and fertilizer export terminal there. And they have been moving appreciable amounts of crude and mazout across that wharf. As Tuapse and Novorossiysk have become less available. And I'll note that there are currently no ships loading at Novorossiysk, Smokey, big smile, and no ships loading at Tuapse. And that's because yesterday we kind of lost track of it. That fire at that terminal up on the hill was burning until yesterday. I haven't checked firms today, but it was still yesterday. So that's why they're not loading at Novorossiysk, and this strike on Taman can't help them at all.
Well, so it's at Novorossiysk. Not only have they been hitting the port facilities, but right now it looks like they just simply don't have anything that they can pump.
Nothing's coming down the hill.
Yeah, so that's pretty big, and they've knocked out the storage, which means that when they do bring stuff down the hill, they're going to need to be doing it pretty much straight from pipeline into the tanker.
Oh, I doubt they've taken out all that many tanks up there. But look, it'll cause them some significant difficulties in haulage.
Yeah, true enough. Yeah, they have an awful lot of tankage, So, and
taking out the piping manifold and the pumping up there actually would be a bigger deal, I reckon.
Yeah, and not every tank farm has got the tender, loving attention that Fedosia has. So
that one has. Yeah. Oh, sorry. You mean by yeah, exactly. Only the second visit to the one on the hill northeast of Novorossiysk. So
yeah,
and it's a monster. 1.4 million tons of crude they can store at that.
Yeah, that's a lot of oil. So, but right now, with the manifolds out and the pumping degraded, it does mean that Russia's export out of the Black Sea is pretty much almost at a complete stop. So
it would be the ideal day if you had impunity flying over Novorossiysk to strike the two little baby oil terminals that are at the north end of the harbor, near the the commercial and the industrial port that's up at that end. It's a little close to the passenger terminal
well,
port,
have they
but
even been
if you did it at night, you probably wouldn't get any ferries.
using those though? I
Oh
haven't.
yeah.
Okay, so they must be filling the smaller coastal tankers then from those, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. They wouldn't have the ability to pump out the big super tankers that show up.
No, they couldn't even bring it in there.
Well, makes sense. So where shall
But
we
you could
start?
drive. But you could drive a UAV in there, or a surface vessel, a USV.
Yeah, yeah. They don't have booms or as sophisticated defenses as they had around the naval facilities, which at this point still are locked up like a barrel with a bung knocked in. Um, yeah, and what I wonder what's like. I haven't really done a survey of what they actually have left in harbor there because of just everything that's gotten blown up, sunk, damaged, what have you.
The Navy ships.
The
Yeah.
naval, yeah, it's. I haven't heard of them using any of the corvettes in there recently to
Launch
toss
calibers.
calibers. So most of the calibers that have been getting launched have actually been coming out of the Caspian rather than
Yeah, that's why they started smacking boats over there.
yeah. So that tells me that the the facility at Novorossiysk is now pretty much a ghost town in terms of anything that they're trying to do there operationally. It strikes me that probably the only thing that they're doing operationally is likely naval air and and helicopters that they're setting up for anti-surface warfare to hunt down Ukrainian sea drones. But
there's got to be enough assets in that naval harbor and reason to stay there to keep putting any significant amount of air defense that they have. They'd still want to probably locate down in near there because they kind of have to have the port still needs to be an attractant, if you will, so that Ukraine doesn't attack that oil export terminal with impunity.
Yeah, they need to have something up there, but it's
because that's more than 2 million barrels a day of crude oil sales.
Well, 2 million barrels a day, which may not be going out at all right now.
Yeah, right, exactly. There's Zippo going out right now.
So the question then comes down to is that how long do we think it's going to take them to try to get those facilities back online?
I don't know. I reckon they're working like mad. That Novorossiysk oil export terminal would have to be one of the most important strategic assets to Russia.
Yeah, it's can't agree with you more. But there's also the problem now that what kind of difficulty are they going to run into in attracting tankers to show up? At least anything independent is probably not going to go there. Anything that shows up to actually get loaded up is going to have to be owned, at least indirectly, by Russia, by Russians,
or Chevron.
Well, Chevron's getting the stuff out of Kazakhstan, isn't it?
Well, Kazakhstan goes through the CPC pipeline to Novorossiysk, and that's where it gets loaded.
Right. Yeah. So that gives Chevron justification for being there, but it's still pretty thin.
And I haven't seen a comment from CPC or from Chevron. They complained bitterly the first time that the CPC assets got sort of accidentally, collaterally struck on a strike on Novorossiysk. I haven't heard if they've complained this time, but it's clearly fuck's no longer given time for Ukraine on whether or not Chevron's assets get hit.
Yeah, and I think there's a certain recognition of that going not just inside of Russia, but also generally in the rest of the world that affairs have gotten to the point where Ukraine has no patience left.
And if you get into a joint venture with Russia, don't expect those assets to be protected from damage.
Yeah, no, 100% not. That will not happen. So, do we have a?
So we got some others. We're not even close to done. In Volgograd region, Efimovka, the Central Oil Processing and Pumping Station got struck, and this is moving crude. So this is obviously, and this is a dewatering and then pumping facility. So it's a kind of a baby process, if you will, to after the crude moves collectively down through these lines, they do some water separation from it here, and then pump it on to elsewhere. And let's see, did I have any pictures of that? Forget which ones I have pictures of stuff on fire. And stuff I don't. No, I don't have a picture of that on fire up there, but I will endeavor to get one up there as soon as I can. In Crimea, you'll want to comment on this. The current governor, quote unquote governor, who's been appointed there, has reported that yes, the bridges at Crimea, the north end of Crimea, have been struck. 2 damaged bridges connecting them with Kherson, and he noted and complained about the video that you can see from Magyar's birds that. They also knocked out the Titan plant, Crimean Titan, one of the largest industrial area-wise. These take up a lot of area. It's a titanium oxide plant, and so it's a very important mineral for Russia, which essentially because they occupied Crimea. So it's really good to see this taken off the table for them.
Yeah, that's titanium oxide is it's a mineral feedstock for all sorts of stuff. It gets turned into pigments, coatings. It gets refined the rest of the way down to give you titanium metal,
which makes up 40% of an Su-27 fighter.
Yeah, it makes up a big chunk of an Su-47 of the mass. The fighters. It makes up a lot of the internal rigid framing of the missiles. It's pretty critical for the manufacturing of all sorts of stuff. So
yeah, it's definitely up there with alumina, is it not?
Yeah, in some ways even more critical. Put this way, there are fewer sources for titanium than there are of alumina, and alumina is, with deference to the efforts that people are making to shut off the export of alumina from Ireland aside, that's actually something that Russia can get from the Far East or elsewhere.
Oh, they can get it from other places. Yeah. They absolutely. But I absolutely agree that the EU should be providing a home for a Russian company that's providing materials directly in at a cheap cost in a vertically integrated way to their war effort. So yeah, it's got to go. But you're right. I think titanium oxide might be more strategically important by mass to Russia even than aluminium is. And so this plant getting multiple explosions in multiple locations, and Magyar's pretty convinced that it's off the board for an extended period of time. I guess say the length of this war. In any case, so that's good news. Crimea is just copping it.
Yeah. Well,
but the bridges, really, we're joking about having to take a boat to Crimea, but they've hit more overnight. They are not messing around, Jeff. And what's his name? Stillerman has predicted Well, reading between the lines, I predict that he's got some more surprises for us with regard to use of that behemoth and bridges.
Well, I'm just looking at the map right now, thinking about what they've hit. They have re-hit the bridges at Henichesk, and they have hit. It's kind of gone progressively. You see, there's multiple places where the roads and rail cross over and around the lagoons there. For people who are not necessarily familiar with the geography, the Isthmus of Crimea is just chock full of wetlands, shallow saline lagoons, marshes, what have you. So most of it, that isthmus that you see is not solid ground. And there's a relatively small number of places where you can actually walk into Crimea, either on the ground or across bridges. That most of it is just simply it's impassable by any kind of vehicle, and there are only two rail lines that run into it. One which runs slightly to the north of Henichesk and Chonhar, and the other that runs through Armyansk. And they've hit the bridges first around Henichesk. There were two highway bridges that they hit. And then they hit a third highway bridge, which is a little bit to the south of that. And now I see that, that they've hit the second bridge at Chonhar, because there was another smaller road bridge that was slightly to the east of the primary one. And they've also hit the rail bridge that runs across the waterway there. So,
and that's the really important part, I reckon.
That is, as far as I'm concerned, absolutely the important part, because you've got, generally speaking, something like between 5 and 10 times the volume of supply of material that flows over rail than does over the highway. All these massive lines of trucks notwithstanding. And this also means that the Ukrainians have been hitting the pontoon bridges that the Russians have thrown up.
And that's the important thing, right? Because you don't necessarily need to cut off 100% traffic through Crimea, because if all they're operating on, daytime you knock the pontoon bridge out, nighttime they rebuild it. Daytime you knock it out. This is they'd have experience in this from Stalingrad time, shall we say?
Yep.
But they're restricted to doing one-way traffic in shifts. These people go, then those people go. It's like a road construction on a pontoon bridge. So it's having sort of the traffic, at least about having the traffic. And they got, what did you tell me, 4 divisions of people they pressed into that Zaporizhzhia area to try to get something going. That's a lot of supply you need.
Yeah. So we're looking at from Melitopol to the west and down south through Crimea. We're looking at somewhere between 130 and 170,000 military personnel distributed across all areas, all branches.
And the reports are that the trip down the rail, as we saw multiple times, and road was so dangerous from Melitopol, Mariupol down to Jankoy, that they stopped running fuel trains that way, and they were preferentially moving fuel in trucks from Crimea. So, they're going to be, if they're not going to have fuel in southern Zaporizhzhia and that area you just said west to Kherson. I think that's going to be their primary problem. They aren't going to have fuel to do jack with, Smokey.
Well, that was that was also, hearing about that. I'd actually just recently caught on to the fact that they were actually tending to run fuel north out through that rail link, not south, which is just amazing.
Wahoo! Australia just scored a second goal. Sorry, I'll be ignoring you for a second.
Well, yeah, the key thing there is that you've got the uh, the the supply which is coming across the Kerch Bridge, which is significantly reduced, compared to the rail ferry traffic and the auto and truck ferry traffic. That's been significantly reduced. So they're moving trucks across the Kerch Bridge. So they have probably barely the capability to move enough off the Kerch Bridge, just as it stands, even unmolested, to just keep Crimea fueled, much less any place else. So if they're actually moving tankers north across, through the east side of the isthmus and those crossings there, that really tells me that the situation between Mariupol and Bryansk and Tokmak, that Berdyansk, excuse me, and Tokmak has gotten extremely desperate. That they simply do not have the capability to safely move sufficient quantity of fuel through that, what would be the natural route to get that supply to the troops along Zaporizhzhia. And there's also that's the same implication for the troops up, across the river from Kherson. So let's think about that.
They'd be passing orders right now. No unnecessary travel at all, would they?
Yeah, the forces around Kherson will, as somebody in the military might put it colloquially, is probably sucking hind tit right now. That they're definitely in a place where everybody else has priority ahead of them in terms of fuel. And let's think about what's been happening near Armyansk. So there isn't really, the same kind of open water, as much of the same kind of open water near Armyansk. So the lagoons that start over on the east side of the isthmus actually do cross all the way over to Armyansk. That's basically, it comes within, a 20 kilometers of actually turning Crimea in total into an island. And the bridges that have been getting hit are for the most part, are over the old canal system that used to run from the Kakova reservoir down, that was used for.
Yeah, now they're just big tank ditches.
Now they are basically big tank ditches. Well, with the difference, because they are big tank ditches with 5 to 2 to 5 meters of alluvial mud sitting in the bottom.
Oh, yummy!
So these are not things that necessarily are something that you want to try to drive heavy traffic over. So, though I imagine that they probably are in some places, they're just simply trying to build gravel berms over these to replace the bridging that's been getting knocked out. But at least short term, this is going to create a real serious headache, and it's going to make it difficult for them to move any kind of truck traffic across these barriers. A tank ditch can stop a tank, much less, some sort of semi-trailer with 100,000 liters of petrol in the back, which is not going to be able to negotiate that stuff. And the roads were not necessarily that sophisticated to begin with. That we're looking at what in the United States or big chunks elsewhere in the world would be pretty much their main roads are what would be considered here a 2-lane rural highway for by comparison. So it's not like the big interstates and things like that we see in other places. The roads are not that well developed, and they're not really designed for that heavy particularly heavy traffic. So all of this traffic is going to be having an effect on the roadbeds. And so that's going to slow things down just practically. And the other thing that Ukraine is doing is they're also hitting the rail going through that. I recall that there were some drones dropping into all of the rail switching in and around Armyansk, right in that immediate vicinity. There's a whole bunch of big rail staging locations there.
Yeah,
Places.
And the thing that shows why you should really be slavering with anticipation is that they also announced that in order to use these mid-range strike drones most effectively, they've formed this new group called Phalanx, which is from the you remember the group? I got to figure out why they got this name, but the Code 9.2 regiment. I don't know where they got that name, but it's probably not sexy enough because they merged them with the First Separate Assault Regiment and the 475th Separate Assault Regiment called Code 9.2, and they formed this group called Phalanx. So now they have a sexy name. They're going to outquip them with they're basically going to use FP2s and this new behemoth, and do what they're doing here, probably pockmark and Swiss cheese bridges, because they don't have they haven't got Taurus, but they can certainly pothole a lot of bridges and make them unusable.
Did I read that they've actually bumped up the warhead size on the FP2s to 200 kilograms?
158, I think.
Still, that's 158 kilograms. That is that's actually a little bit more than the typical explosive charge in a World War II era 500-pound bomb. Now, they don't have the metal cladding around that high explosive the way that an iron bomb does. So that changes the dynamics of how the explosive works. But that's still, I'm just, in terms of scale, that is a big damn bang. Whatever you drop it on.
If they make a shape charge out of it.
Well, if they make a shape charge out of it, it's going to blow its way through probably as much as 4 or 5 meters of concrete at a minimum. So it's definitely it's going to ruin a bridge's day.
Because from what we see, it will make a Gimler's type of hole through a concrete road panel bridge, and probably tear the shit out of a railway sleepers and railway tracks, as well as damage the piers and everything underneath. But look, you go to war with what you've got rather than what you want. If you don't have Gimlers in great numbers and you've got a tool that'll do this, great. If you don't have Taurus, I was talking about it yesterday. The Kerch Bridge may be needing to come down now if Russia can move any serious amount of fuel across it on road tankers, if they're doing that, because this reason to knock out the bridges at North Crimea came up because they were moving too much fuel across there, apparently. So Kerch Bridge, does it need to come down, and when? I don't know. We were talking about it yesterday, but if it does, you don't necessarily need to take it down with the Taurus and knock out the piers, because if you take out the tops of the pinpoints for road panels and knock the road panels in, it's down for at least a year, and that's basically permanent enough.
That is permanent enough. That's how long the road bridge was out for the most part after the first strike. Just thinking about the size of that, one of the things that you also get from a pile of explosive that's that big is, besides the direct damage, you're also going to get shock damage. That's actually going to shatter a lot of the concrete for quite some distance around whatever hole it actually makes in it. So and seriously,
that's my point. You could fly maybe even those FP2s, behemoths, certainly a Flamingo, if they're accurate enough that you could target the tops of the piers, right where the road connection, right where the road panels connect up. You could drop the road panel, and you could cause enough damage to the top of the piers that they couldn't put a road panel in there again for a long period of time.
Yeah,
well,
they'd actually have to knock most of the pier down, they truncate it, and then rebuild on top of it. But I'm thinking the FP2s, they're also pushing the range out to somewhere. They were talking about pushing the range out past 300 kilometers, and if they are able to do that, that puts those drones, I think, within range of the Kerch Bridge.
Yeah, it's a slow-mo attack'ems.
Yeah, so slow-mo attack'ems, and significantly less expensive, because you're talking about instead of $1.5 million a pop, you're talking about maybe $100,000 a pop. So
yeah, the cost would be minuscule.
Yeah, so you're going to be able to do the same job with far less expensive ordnance, and you can actually send enough at once. Take the same cash value of ordnance, and you're going to get potentially 10 times the boom out of it, and it's going to be that many more targets that it's going to be going into a permissive air defense environment. So you're going to see a lot more of those drones actually get through to target, even with all of the air defense that they have. And the other thing also is, because this is a fixed target and you know where you're going to send it, I'd also launch it to make sure that they ran at night. So your ground-based teams that have got anti-aircraft guns are not going to have, they're not going to be able to sight things visually the way that they normally do.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So this is, it's the Kerch. Where I'm going with this, Will, is the Kerch Bridge is still standing because the Ukrainians have decided it's not worth taking down yet.
I think, yeah, I landed there kind of yesterday too. The time's not right to take the Kerch Bridge down. If in fact they were moving a lot of fuel across it, it might be there might be tactically a time when they want to drop it here in the near future. But basically, and I think Jenny thought this as well. I think is who I was talking about it with. That they're probably leaving it open to allow humanitarian escape for a period of time.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of that, though. There are going to be an awful lot of people who are probably going to have to leave their cars behind.
Yeah, your buddy might move in and buy one off him as he comes into vacation in Crimea, as if he's not blowing smoke. Your Vatnik buddy.
Yeah. So, but here's the thing. Let's flip this around a little bit. So that we know, we've been talking an awful lot about the effect on Crimea and the lines for fuel in Simferopol and Sevastopol and elsewhere. But what we've been talking about, just think about what we've been talking about just the last few minutes. We've been talking about fuel moving north into Kherson Oblast, and from there over towards Zaporizhzhia. And we've been talking about how the Russians feel that they are completely unable to move fuel safely west of Mariupol. That tells me that the primary target of the resource interdiction right now isn't Crimea. It tells me that the interdiction is, we're looking at these crossing points at the north edge of Crimea, and we're thinking, oh, Crimea is cut off. It's more than that. What's actually being cut off worse?
Kherson's cut off.
Kherson is cut off. Kherson is absolutely far worse cut off, and we aren't seeing a lot of film or anything, and any kind of documentation coming out of there. All the focus really is further to the south, where everybody's talking about Crimea, Crimea, Crimea.
Well, and I will note that we haven't seen anything out of there, but the verbal reports we hear out of the Olesk area and around the south of the river in Kherson is that the population, that there are shortages of lots of stuff, including food, and that the brutality of the Russian occupiers has been getting worse.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that. I'm going to bring up the UA control map here real quick and have a quick peek at things.
I think Lexi wants to add something too. Go ahead, Lexi.
I don't know if you can, I'm out in the hallway. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we're all right.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I really like this latter point, because if they can, obviously both of these are the object, Kherson and a line right down to Azov but also Crimea. Anyway, so it would be so wonderful if there could start to be some interdiction of those damn safari hunters in Kherson and everything else going on there. But anyway, also the bridge, the Kerch Bridge. So it's probably something like, who knows, 2.5 million people in Crimea right now. Question is, I'm wondering, how much do you think they're able to store water? That's really dreadful if you don't have water, and I just wonder how much they're able to keep in storage. Anyway, that's so the transport of that is really being hurt, and if they don't even have fuel to move. So they don't have fuel to move water, even if you've got it stored and everything else, or to pump water. So I think it's a big question. So I think the whole issue of panic setting in Crimea, if 2.5 million people do gradually begin to get the idea that there's only one way to go, and that is out, then that starts a panic. And nowadays, I was talking about it last night, I think that panic. So we've seen what happens before a typhoon and after, a hurricane.
Well,
this could be, I think the panic spreads way faster nowadays than it once did before the telephone and electricity. Back to you. I'm going to take the elevator down.
Okay. Well, I'll say right off the bat, I have seen images, actually weeks ago, of shelves being stripped in Crimea. And I'm looking at the unit dispositions. I'm going to have to reality check this against my the previous stuff that I've done. But it actually looks to me like they may have actually moved some units out, which would be in keeping with, they had to pull the 337th out of the Kinber and Spit because they literally weren't able to get anything out there. But to your point about the water, is that when they killed the reservoir, they also crippled Russia's ability to move water from the Dnipro to where it used to go. The water that used to go to Crimea came through these big canals that the Ukrainians have been dropping the bridges over, and that's where
that's 3 years ago. Yeah, that
was 3. Well, they have always been having trouble with, since then they have been having trouble with municipal water.
But most of that water was agricultural water, and they have been drilling a lot of deep water or water aquifer wells. But you're right, it isn't going to supply everything, and they did make heavy use of the canal from Kakhovka in order to provide some drinking water with treatment. But primarily, agriculture's been dead in Crimea since they blew the bridge.
And the thing is,
blew the dam. Sorry.
Yeah, and the thing is, they need fuel to run those pumps, to actually pump the water out of places. Now they're going to do a certain amount of that. They're going to use central electrical power generation from the grid to actually run a fair amount of that. But there's a lot of places where that grid doesn't go, and those places right now are pretty dry. And I also recall that they've been having They have been having problems with lack of precipitation as well. So any reservoirs, local reservoirs that they might have had, they're having trouble with them being down. So I think water increasingly, as we move through out of spring into summer, is going to become a serious problem.
Yeah, keep your eye on Yevpatoria and north on that part of the peninsula from there.
Yeah, well, it's also, I think it's also going to become a problem in Kherson. In on the south bank of the river. I think it's going to become a problem there, even with their driving wells for agriculture and everything else like that. The lack of fuel, and watch for some shifts too of the Ukrainians hitting local power generation or local power switch yards in areas that are west of Melitopol. That you start seeing the Ukrainians
saw one just yesterday. If you go right down to the coast from there, and it knocked out power for a while in Melitopol.
Right. So you start seeing more of that. That amplifies the problem, because not only are they not getting fuel that can go into vehicles and run generators, they're now losing the access to externally generated power that would otherwise be able to get to the region from places that would normally be, relatively speaking, be out of reach of Ukrainian drones, or at least the distribution, the power generation would be sufficiently distributed. It would be harder for Ukraine to knock all of it down. But with some of this stuff, we're looking at not just a fuel crisis, but a complete lack of energy crisis in all of these occupied territories that is going to become increasingly critical. It already is critical. We're not over the next few weeks, we're going to be seeing it slide from critical to catastrophic, is what.
And to add insult to injury, of course, cut off their water, their fuel, their food, everything like that. But they've also been saving some drones to continue to harass the groups of people that are there. The Vostochny the Vostochny training ground in Zaporizhzhia region, the SBS knocked out another Tor M2 air defense system there.
Yep.
And the command post and enemy deployment sites, meaning some of the troops and vehicles that were assembling there were struck. So Vostochny, that training ground, has been struck before. Russia has returned to it again, and Ukraine's found them there. And this is the other important thing about these mid-range strikes, Smokey, that Stillerman pointed out. The availability of drones is now such that what you would normally spot something and say, in the next 2 weeks or so, division's going to organize an attack on that. If it's within 100 to 300 kilometers, you can basically call it up yourself from an organization that is organically attached to you. It's very good kill loop reduction.
Yeah. So we're looking at more targets of opportunity being picked up along the way as well.
Right. So they started to knock out the bridges at Hanichesk and Changar, and then they noticed with the strikes over in the west that they were channeling all the traffic up one road, and then the target of opportunity presented itself of a bunch of trucks parked there, and they said, "Thanks. Have we got any drones that we could task to that?" And they did. It's like it's like a movie sort of performance. Get on the phone and call up an airstrike using drones in the time that that Chuck Farrer would have been able to do it back when he was in the SEALs.
Yeah, or even Short-a-Loop. They're set up for it right now. They're planning for it. So and creating these choke points, it makes it unavoidable for Russia to mitigate this risk. So they are in a place right now where they cannot move the traffic someplace else. They simply do not have the transport assets to be able to move stuff in sufficient quantity. Here's this actually is more Absurdistan in some ways than anything else, is they've been taking to moving fuel in 25-liter cans in passenger vehicles. So you're getting these passenger vehicles that they're putting in 10 or 12 25-liter cans, petrol cans in, and they're driving these down the roads. So you're reducing the efficiency of the fuel transport right there. You're reducing that efficiency by a factor of 10. And you're also increasing the number of drivers that you need for this by a factor of 10.
And the risk exposure. People handling jerry cans of plastic jerry cans of fuel in vehicles, overloading them with fuel like that is just obscenely risky. And the drivers would probably get a high from the fumes.
Now, wouldn't be surprised. So it's a measure which they are not going to be able to move sufficient quantity of fuel to keep their economy running, nor provide enough fuel for the units that they have currently deployed in the areas they're trying to get fuel to. If this is the method that they're having to resort to, they're barely going to have enough just simply to keep the generators running or to generate power for their electronics with the forward deployed units with that. And there are probably lots of cases where they just simply will not be able to. They're not going to be able to move enough fuel. Because to be able to turn on your radios, to be able to run your electronic countermeasures, to run your radar, to do pretty much everything that you have to do, you have to keep the motor in the vehicle running, and that's not efficient. They are not efficient power generators for those functions, because the primary purpose of that propulsion of that those engines is to move around between 15 and
huge,
50
massive
tons
vehicle.
And so even at idle, you're going to be burning through at minimum probably 3 or 4 gallons an hour. And while they do in those vehicles, they do have pretty big tanks. You're talking about as much as they may have a big armored vehicle may have as much as 1,000 liters of tank capacity. But you're talking about them burning through that in 2 or 3 days, just keeping the lights on.
Well, I absolutely hope. It's nothing. Sit back on our laurels. I want to see Ukraine absolutely, totally maximize their advantage here. There are reports from reliable sources, including Sersky. So I don't think he's making a boast, because external people have also said so. ISW and the British have British commentators, defense commentators, have also said that they believe that Ukraine actually has a 1.5 to 1 advantage in tactical drones now. They have mid-range strike capacity that Russia can't match at all, basically, and a strategic strike capacity that is exceeding Russia's strike rate and is actually pushing more projectiles into Russia on a daily basis than are coming back the other direction. They don't have ballistics yet, but they really need to maximize their advantage right now. without anybody telling them to slow down or getting worried about stuff. And this next story is why I think that's important. Overnight, too, there's been another attack in Starobilsk. And remember, Starobilsk, Luhansk is where Russia, Russia had a Rubicon drone training school that they
Yep.
were inviting young people to go to, and Ukraine struck that and killed some people, and Russia tried to use that as their big justification for everything known to man because they were so butthurt about that, and they falsely claimed that it was a war crime, and you killed 12-year-old girls in their nightgowns, and whatever. Russia totally lied about it. Normally, you think you'd stay away from that. Well, guess what? Ukraine has found some more activity taking place there in Starobilsk, and they've been straight in there and hit it again. And good on them, because don't let any Russian disinformation dissuade you. Don't let any ally or pressure from the outside to stay your hand. They've got to maximize their advantage and absolutely destroy every one of these armies. Support lines, and they've got to just take maximum military advantage of the smoke, no matter what it is.
100%, yeah. And hitting those training areas, I haven't heard about them really running any training at all in and around.
Yeah, they're not training anything really anymore. They're assembly areas, basically, where they put things together, and it's a command post.
Yeah, they just simply, it tells me they just simply don't have the resources to do it. And south of Kherson in particular, this is one of the places that Russia was sending units to replenish and rearm. And they aren't able to do that here. So they're having to do this assembly and retraining and everything else, reconstituting units that they need to do. This means that they're having to pull them completely out of theater in order to be able to accomplish that.
Not completely out of theater. Starobilsk is not that far over into Luhansk for the.
Yeah, I'm going beyond just simply the drone units, and I'm thinking about the motor rifle regiments. I'm thinking about the tank units and stuff like that. And as another aside here, that we're talking about Ukraine having a 1.5 to 1 tactical drone advantage over Russia. I think that there may be some greater asymmetries in that distribution when you look at particular areas, like in Kherson, for example. I expect that Ukraine could probably get 2 or 3 to 1 overmatch in that area without much difficulty at all, just by dint of the fact that Russia cannot get drones to those units fast enough, even if they were using them. Now, it would be interesting to see if we could find some source that could give us even anecdotally a sense of whether or not there is a reduction in Russian drones crossing north over the river. That would be very interesting information. I suspect that is true, but I don't have anything to back it up right now. I'm going to have to dig for it.
And last but not least, Russia was found to have been moving their own drone launch activities into the city center of Pokrovsk. The ruins of Pokrovsk they'd been using as their forward drone launch location, and Ukraine struck 6 different takeoff points that they'd set up inside Pokrovsk overnight.
Oh, they're actually launching Shaheeds and the larger recon
drones? I think it's probably Molinas and some of the other the tactical drones, probably no Shaheeds.
Shaheeds take a little bit more, and from the looks of it, they've also been putting the launches in the back of pickups.
They're doing their Dodge Ram pickup commercials with those things on them, but that's been farther back at the Donetsk airport. But we saw what happened to those about a week ago.
Well, I'm just sort of amused by the fact that we have what is supposed to be a first world military resorting to technicals. For those of you who are not military, a technical is a lashed together lashed together maneuver vehicle, which
Oh, come on, make it
it's
simple. It's a Toyota Land Cruiser Ute with a pillar-mounted machine gun in the back
yeah,
of it.
that some guy with a welder and a couple of hours of spare time was able to put in that pintle mount. And these are most notable for their appearance in places that are extremely poor and
In
extremely
northern
lawless.
African country coups.
North African coups, sub-Saharan conflicts, Somalia, various parts of Iraq and Syria. You know that this was kind of what amounted to the quote heavy vehicle unquote that various militias and militaries were resorting to, because that was all the resources they had for it. And I'm just thinking about the images I've seen of, our pickup truck equivalent, small Japanese pickup truck equivalent, with a rail and a shaheed on the back of it. Some of those images, and I find that amusing. I find myself wondering where the rest, because the missile is just one small part of the system. It has a whole bunch of other pieces that go along with it. That you have to you have to program it. You have to tell it where it's going to go. You're going to have to tell it how it's going to go. And in some cases, you're going to have other software and more advanced software for, so it can actually make decisions mid-flight and change what it's doing or where it's going. That takes a certain amount of infrastructure and additional equipment. And I'm just getting a sense of the whole thing turning into a monstrous lash up. I feel like what we're doing is we're watching a zombie. The Russian military is this zombie that's kind of at this point lurching along after having large chunks knocked out of it at various points along its path of progress. But it's just still kind of lurching along, mostly out of sheer momentum than any kind of definitive plan of action that it's trying to pursue. It's like it's just trying to go from point A to point B. And there's not a lot of thought going into or coordination.
Like a derailed train just burrowing itself into the ground so ahead of it on inertia until it grinds to a halt.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so I better do the ads. These ads brought to you by me and Smokey, who like doing this, like talking about what's happening in the war in Ukraine, but we of course don't do it just for our health. We're here to try to help dispel disinformation, pipe news out about what's going on, and of course support fundraisers like all the ones that are up in the nest to the right. Whether it's the books that we're helping try to flog because the authors are giving over all their proceeds to other causes here at Volya, or it's the War Doggo's proactive fundraiser for SBU Alpha and the 18th, who we just had in talking to us last week, Andre. And they're great about coming back and telling us what's important, and you always learn things in those sessions. If you didn't get an opportunity to see the simulcast with indications and warnings with Andre from the 18th, you should pull that up. We had a few technical difficulties getting that going because it's a new thing. We're trying to do video and audio at the same time. When we get it worked out, we'll probably shift all that way. But in the meantime, there were a few little glitches, but hang in there or fast forward and you'll get to the real good content that's available in that session. And then yesterday, of course, we had Ivan and his daughter Alexandra came in from Gunbro and had a nice conversation with us for, hell, they talked to us for almost 2 hours. I was thinking they were going to be there for an hour, but then I hadn't even finished asking my questions by the time the first hour was up, Smokey. But I did give everybody else a chance, and we had a great session with them, raised a little bit of money, but I'm a little bit disappointed that people didn't help out on that fundraiser promotion as much as they did when I was over there, because those two are just so interesting, and you learn something new every time you talk to them. That I think it's if they're going to come show their time here, they really deserve our support. So I encourage everybody to continue. Find something you can do for Ukraine every day. And if that is, you've got a few dollars extra, find one of the fundraisers up there and plug them in some cash. Maybe it's April Huggett or Rebecca Makiowski, the medics we support, or either a War Doggos things he's got going, Richard Woodruff's team making drones for Achilles, and the other humanitarian stuff like the Bazillion Sisters that work in Ukraine, or Trixis and his guys on Operation Stroopwafel delivering all the medical gear. They delivered a big bunch to April Huggett too, so that was good to see that tie up. And last but not least, of course, the Yale Human Resources Research Lab that is organized defining and documenting the status of 35,000 stolen Ukrainian children to a level of evidence which will stand up in a wartime trial. So support any of those fundraisers, or support anyone you find yourself. But we've vetted a bunch there that are good, that if you want to help them, we'd most appreciate it. And that's the ads. I'll note that Australia has now gone up 1-0 in their group with a 2-0 win over Turkey. Amazing. Our young forwards did fantastic. Our defense was exceptionally good at collapsing onto the ball when it was very compact. And our goalie did a superb job of helping on the counter. That was a comprehensive defeat of Turkey, which is a very good side. So if you're in Australia, I now approve you getting a little bit excited about this World Cup. Jeff?
Well, now, go Australia.
Bring on those fucking Yanks, is all I got to say, Smokey. Well, I pity you if you're on air with me that day.
No, I am going to remain agnostic on the topic. Now, I say
I am going to be fucking unbearable that day.
You can't afford to do that. I will definitely. You need to grant me that much. But I say that as a bit of a key as far as football is concerned. Even as we host various World Cup games here in Seattle, I have a bunch of European coworkers who are kind of amused at my lack of understanding, and some of them are determining that they are trying to decide whether they're going to educate me properly. So we'll see how that plays out. I know at least a couple of them were very excited at Mexico's win last weekend, earlier in the week. But in any event,
yeah, they got to kick the tournament off in Mexico City.
Yeah. So, but anyway, yes, and to echo Will, he and I are not doing this for our health. Do what you can. Look at those charities that we're supporting, and to the extent that you find it possible to do so, please support them. Every penny goes someplace useful and will lead to, we hope, in the relatively near future, with increasing confidence, a just and fair conclusion to the war that's happening in that country. So where did we leave off?
Well, we left off, of course, that I checked my calendar. Yeah, so do something every day for Ukraine. And what I did today for Ukraine, half of it was missed the whole second half. Well, I watched it, but with one eye, with no sound on. Missed half of my team playing in the World Cup, which probably isn't much to some people, but it's everything to some people. Yeah, there we go. Do help those out. And on to the next subject of the day, which of course is we've talked about that. Oh, of course, there's more fires. The Azon plant, another of these fertilizer and chemical plants, but this one's definitely fertilizer. It's in Tula. Your mic's open, buddy. I can hear you
Oh,
stirring.
sorry.
It's all right. But Azon is on fire. That is a uh, nitrogen fertilizer and chemical facility, inorganic liquids plant in Tula's Oblast, but it's actually in a little town east of Tula. So that's a nice explosion. And let's see what else. What else is on fire? I think that I have a sneaking feeling there's at least one more.
Well,
I got some on. A Fipsky. Oh, well, the damage report's back on a Fipsky.
Okay. Yeah, I just saw that they took out two more of the cracking towers.
Well, so what was hit was the atmospheric distillation tower, just an AT, not an AVT.
Okay.
They've got an atmospheric distillation, and then they also process gas condensate there. So this is a condensate stabilization process. And what this means is that's going to be kerosene, but primarily from that they've lost there, I think. And that's jet fuel, as you well know.
Yeah, that's I was going to say that's what they need to fly jets. I'm wondering.
So Smokey, this has caused. There are obviously the outages that you've been talking about in Crimea, but there are gasoline shortages, 20-liter restrictions in St. Petersburg, or in Leningrad Oblast, in Moscow Oblast, all over the West, including and out to Kazan, and of course in the Far East, where they normally try to starve the Far East first, which they did in this instance, and shift the production west. But they've taken so much capacity offline, like I say, they don't even have enough mutual support capability to move fuel. And now, if there's a major strike on a refinery near you, you can count on there being fuel restrictions basically the next week.
Yeah, they're living hand to mouth right now as far as their fuel production is concerned. That's one thing.
Well, I think what they've got is they've got enough fully to support the military. I think they probably are holding in reserve or moving stuff to be able to support agriculture. Because remember, we're only a couple months from harvest season. And last but not least will be you if you own a car, I think.
Yeah. No, yeah. Any civilian with a vehicle is definitely going to be at the back of the line. I would be fascinated to know actually what their priorities are. I expect that they're actually moving a disproportionate amount of that fuel, directing a disproportionate amount of that towards the military. And the second would be for, I would say probably for just general transport.
I think it's probably second is commercial transport, road tankers, or anybody who's moving and then last but not least is retail sales.
Well, I'd say agriculture comes after the trucking, and
that's what I mean.
Then anything, and then we're looking at anything retail business, and then finally the consumer is, and we're looking at. I expect a kind of an inverted pyramid with that, which is why we've got that 20-liter rationing limit now, and this is going to slow Russia's economy massively, especially outside of the big urban areas where they don't have the kind of transit that they have got inside of those urban areas. So the economies outside of those big cities is just going to crash because there isn't going to be any fuel for anybody to move. So
yeah, I've still got contacts in Russia, as you know, and one of them was getting a whole bunch of shit earlier in the year as Russian former Western companies become more Russian companies after they were nationalized. You see restrictions like I don't these stupid things. If anybody was working from home, because they did that during COVID, we all pioneered being able to work from home. But talk about a low trust environment. Everybody's got to be back in the office so that the boss can count your nose, and no more no more comfortable shifts or anything like that. It's everybody in the office from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And but with the current fuel crisis like now, I think they're reconsidering working from home allowances again, Jeff.
They're going to have. They're going to be forced to, at least any kind of thought work, or anything that is white collar or service or information economy based. They're going to need to move most of that, I think, out of office spaces, at least outside of the urban areas. But I think they're going to start having problems even with that. Just think about it. Just think about it from this standpoint. Think about just how seriously the government has chopped up their internet, and what kind of and the impact that's going to have on.
Yeah, these things are overlapping each other in just horrible ways. I mean, a modern society that runs out of fuel is going to be a nightmare. Food inflation is going to spike. Shortages are going to happen. Outages in transport, outages in capability, and if you add that to the internet restrictions they've added, they've turned living in Russia into a nightmare.
Yeah, I do not see how they're going to be able to move ahead with this. Yenny, welcome. How you doing this evening?
I'm doing pretty good. I just wanted to tell you about the funniest conversation I heard yesterday when David Z, the Irish Vatnik that claims that
Oh
he
yeah,
goes,
David Z. How is he going?
you know, Russia is winning. He's doing marvelous. And he came up on David D's space. It was hilarious to listen to him. And obviously everybody was wrong, including Rybar, because Russia's winning. They take village after village, and in fact, they're killing like a gazillion Ukrainians every single day. It was just hilarious to watch, to listen to him. And then after David D told him, he's like, "You're contradicting even the Z bloggers. You may want to rethink what you're saying." And it was like, "No, no, 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 no. We're winning. We're winning. Ukraine's losing, and you guys are just so wrong." And it was funny. It was hilarious. And then listening to you guys this morning talking about how they're rationing gasoline. You know what? It's the prices on diesel and 95 is actually down in Sweden. I remember earlier this year, it was like, I think diesel was close to 25 crowns per liter. And now it's down to, I think it's like 18 or something, 18, 19.
I'm glad to hear that for you.
Nice. Well,
Yeah,
anybody who's listening to from Ukraine at all today, if you're in Kyiv or Lviv or anywhere, and you know what the price of petrol is per liter per near you, 92 or 95, please do tell us, because I'd love to favorably compare it to the current price in Russia at Far East and in the West. It or Crimea, if you can get it, because there was reports yesterday that a liter of petrol on the black market was costing more than 200 rubles per liter yesterday in Crimea.
and there's the
So
operative word, isn't it? If you can get it.
200. That's like $16 a gallon. I think something close to that. If I've got my conversion right.
it's just over $8 a gallon.
Oh, okay. 8.
But the thing is, they make a quarter of your pricing power parity. They make a quarter of what you do. If fuel was $8 a gallon in America, you guys would have a minor riots. But imagine if it was $30 a gallon, Smokey.
Yeah,
That's what you're looking at there.
Yeah, that's the economic equivalent of the effect of that kind of price comparative to average earnings.
Which is why you see the whiny, bitchy, the depressing and whiny and cryy, but resigned to the fact that they're leaving Crimea now. People making videos, right? But what you're going to see as we move forward, and feel no sympathy, folks, is the kind of we're having a hurricane rush that Smokey was talking about before with Lexi. That'll eventually happen once the early adopters get over the fact that they see the writing on the wall and they're getting out. When people are really getting out because they just didn't do any planning, assume somebody would help come along, assume that it'll all be over, they will be out of fuel in residences, and very possibly then, as they have problems with drinking water, sewer. It's going to be unviable to live in Crimea if you're the civilians, because the military will take absolutely every resource for themselves first and leave you far behind. So if you're Russian, you should start heading for the exits now in Crimea.
Yeah, it's the only way that somebody living in Crimea right now, the only way that they're going to escape with anything resembling tatters of their shirt is going to be leave now. They should have left.
Yeah, they should have buy $30 a gallon fuel, whatever it costs, 200 rubles a liter fuel. Fill up your car and get out now. Otherwise, you're going to be waiting in line for 2 days to catch a ferry, a passenger ferry across at some point, and to a relocation camp.
Yeah, we are. In another month, you are not going to be. If you have a vehicle in Crimea, you're not going to be able to get it out. You just simply won't. Or put it this way, you might be able to get it out after the armistice if you're lucky.
Or you're really, really rich.
Yeah, and for that, and for that, if unless it's a really expensive vehicle, you're probably just going to abandon it, because a lot of those vehicles are probably not worth the trouble of trying to recover if you have to leave them, because anything that gets left behind is also it's going to be identified and rated for parts. So we're gonna see these hulks without tires, washers, windscreens, you name it, where they've just been rated for parts and left on blocks or just simply stacks of wood. I can see that happening. I can see that happening wholesale.
Yep, at some point it probably will. But let's shift from how bad things are getting in Crimea and fuel across Russia, which is bad. I'll put up the current outage map in a minute when I go dig it up. But on to something that really pisses me off, Smokey, and I think something needs to be done about this, because for a long time we've noted that there were a radar or radio repeaters and drones coming out of Belarus, and and they're hugging the border of Belarus when they fly in out of their territory. Well, Russia is expanding 5 different launch complexes in Bryansk, Oryol, and Smolensk regions, close up to that border of Belarus, so they can accelerate and escalate that activity. Discuss. I want those all to go.
I agree. Lukashenko and his cronies are walking a very, very, very narrow line right now. They are.
And I'll just remind everybody, if you don't know it, letting Russia fly its war drones across your territory to then attack in Ukraine, or assisting them by doing repeaters or putting drone repeaters up so that they can have good communications all over through the northwest of Ukraine, is participating in the war.
Yeah,
They deserve a response.
It makes them an accomplice. without question. Um, it actually makes them an active participant. And I've honestly wondered why Ukraine hasn't been striking targets inside of Belarus yet. Uh, well, maybe I do understand. There are lots of reasons why I can think of it when I really put my mind to it. There's potential political damage that could be done. There is um, international relationship damage by, you think about the relative favorability, or how a local population views another country, sort of question that we run into here. If Ukraine starts hitting targets inside of Belarus, that could potentially change the support dynamic inside of the country, both for Lukashenko's government and potentially how the local population looks at Ukraine. And I can imagine different scenarios where Putin would be able to leverage this in ways that would be detrimental to Ukraine on a political stage. So there's potential risk of loss at a geopolitical level with Ukraine actually targeting these things. But I also get a sense, as things become more blatant and more obvious and more clearly in violation of international law, and also, frankly, because a kind of a continuing erosion of international law just generally, I'm sensing that the potential downside for Ukraine hitting those is diminishing. And I would probably expect that there is a great deal of special operations activity going on inside of Belarus right now.
Oh, yeah, because there certainly was with the repeaters, right? The Ukraine named and shamed over the tower repeaters, and then basically just Belarus announced that there was an attack, or some sort of act that caused that to blow up, but Ukraine didn't accept or deny it, but they definitely went offline, those radio repeaters. So. Yeah, I reckon it's pretty porous there to the northern border for sure.
Yeah, I have also heard that, or seen articles to the effect that Russia is actually building more emplacements or more launch points inside of Belarus proper, and that
wouldn't surprise me either. I mean, they put in a Reshnik launch site, and they say nuclear weapon moved there as well.
Yeah, so I'm kind of, and now the thing is I recall that the focus of those new facilities were primarily in the south, along the frontier with Ukraine, but it wouldn't surprise me if there were also some that were being put in further north that would be facing off against the northern flank of NATO and the Baltics. To have more locations there that they could fire these weapons from. And it's obviously, in part, it's Putin trying to do what he can to drag Belarus into the conflict so that he can latch his claws onto another cohort of troops that he can then feed into his meat grinder. Now, I think if he actually believes he can pull that off, I want to know who his dealer is, so I can buy the same drugs. Because the idea of Putin being able to mobilize anything out of Belarus manpower, I think, is an absurd idea. It would. I'm reasonably confident that Belarus would rapidly descend into general civil disorder, and certainly, I think it would create lots of opportunities for Ukrainian special operations to just go in and play complete hob on their internal communications, key sensitive installations. Now, I'm sure there would be assassinations, you name it. That just, it becomes so complex internally if you do something like that. And the Belarus army has not wanted to become involved for years from the very start. They have always been confronting, pushing back hard against any kind of idea that they could become involved in the conflict anywhere.
I mean, overtly, right? Of course, they are listed as combatants, rightly so, because they did allow Russia to attack in their territory initially,
Yeah.
and they have been allowing them to have overflight and essentially participating in passively the way they have. But overtly getting involved, you'd have to believe he'd get some massive pushback.
Yeah.
I think that, because he lost 2 elections visibly and overthrew the result of those. And, everybody knows that he has not got popular support in Belarus, but that sometimes doesn't mean that much. Now, Yenny, we'll go to her, or unless you, Smokey, you reply, then Yenny, and then I want to take a quick trip to the last fire that I forgot about. There's always one more, Smokey.
Well, they keep on making more for us. So, but go ahead, Yenny.
Yeah, you might. I might like this last one. Yenny, go ahead.
I was going to say, you touched on it, the fact that he has overthrown elections or the results of the elections. Not only that, he jailed the actual president, the one that was elected.
Yeah. And then she's got out and went and met with Zelensky and everything. But yeah, Chichakovska, I think is her name, Chichakovska. Yeah, she's been obviously elected, overthrown, jailed, or not allowed to go into office, jailed, and. But do you think they'd have a popular revolution in Belarus either?
I think that here's. I think that they're quite, like you have to push people out of their comfort zone. And at this point, they're like, okay, we're stuck between, I don't know, choosing between Ebola and AIDS. And if we do an uprising, who knows if Russia will actually go in and try to squash it, help Lukashenko squash it, because he has an ironclad hold on Belarus. So I don't know, but I also think that if Ukraine start attacking military facilities, not touching the population itself, then the war comes home to them. And that might actually cause them to start acting. I don't know though, but I would hope so, because it's not that popular. Lukashenko, it's like if you thought you were popular, take a step forward, not so fast, Lukashenko, because you're really not that popular. He really isn't. But at the same time, they don't want to make waves. Who knows what's going to happen? Then they're going to be dragged into the war. They don't want that. And if Putin tried to drag uh, Belarus into the war, the military would revolt. And at that point, it would be a free for all in that country. And Lukashenko better run to Moscow fast. He better have like a helicopter or something, like on the presidential palace or wherever the hell he lives, so that he can get to Moscow quickly, because they would go for him first. So I think it's a balancing act that he's trying. And then he tells himself that he's a really good leader and he's really popular. And everybody's like, no, you're living on borrowed time, buddy. We're just waiting. I think that they need a spark. They need something to kick it off in that country. That's it. Thank you. And fuck Russia. Back to you guys.
Cheers. Mockers, go ahead.
I need to issue a correction. The person who was actually elected was her husband, and he was the person that was put in prison by
Oh, that's
Lukashenko.
right.
And she took up the mantle, but she also left the country and set up like a shadow government. And of course, here she is. But her husband now has been released from captivity, and he is actually also out of the country now. So, but of course, he never took back up his rightful place because he's been in prison for donkey's years, and she's already done all the legwork basically at this point.
And he's probably in fairly poor health.
Yeah, I think he is actually.
Yeah,
Russian prison will do that to you.
It would surprise me if it hadn't.
Go ahead, Smoke.
I was going to say, my sense is that you don't necessarily have a civil war, but you do have a general descent into insurrection. And the question then is, unlike in the past, does Russia have sufficient non-military, like militia resources, Rosguardia resources, to push into Belarus that it could actually quell any kind of civil disorder that appears? And with the current manpower demands that they have in the front and the losses that they have, what was it last night? They lost 1,440, 5 tanks, 10 APCs. Use of armor is going up.
But that is a lot of meat. So the average for last week of May and into June now, the average weekly is over 1,300.
Yeah, so we're definitely
the average daily is over 1,300.
So without question, we are pushing over the 40K number that Ukraine has been going after. I think that's pretty much. I think that number has been beat. The question is whether or not if they're able to notch it up just a little bit more. We start seeing, instead of them consistently showing up between like 11 and 1,300, if we start seeing those casualty figures showing up regularly at between 1,300 and 1,700, we start seeing that kind of expansion in Russian casualties. Russia will have achieved its goal, its interim goal of inflicting at least 45,000 casualties a month on Russia.
Well, Ukraine will have made that goal, yeah. And look, it's where the numbers are exactly. I like that they've set themselves the goal of 50,000 eventually, but working toward that, just working toward it will help them achieve their goal, because the first quarter of this year, Russia reported paying signing bonuses to 71,400 people, and we can see with good, reliable numbers reported by Ukraine that have been checked by multiple external sources now. And it's a funny time, but we started out saying we're going to trust these numbers from Ukraine just as a benchmark. We realize even if they become, somebody tests their accuracy, but every time the accuracy has been tested, they've been found to be there or thereabouts, because they're building these off of, literally drone camera footage of a guy dying. So they're good numbers, and it means that even nowish, Ukraine has been for the last since December of this year, they've been knocking off more than 90,000 a month, and 30,000 35,000 a month, and Ukraine has not been raising that many. If you say even 90,000 a quarter, they're 71,400. It does not equal 90,000, and so they're not getting there, and they're going backward at now even faster than they were. Smokey, you're right.
Yeah, it's definitely accelerating.
But that's cool, because they won't have anything to feed them at the front anyway.
This goes back to where we've talked about Ukraine walking in rather than fighting their way into fortified defenses. Where this will be showing up is going to be in the quieter, more remote portions of the battlefield, where you start simply seeing units not being rebuilt, or you start seeing units pulled out and put into the line at someplace like Pokrovsk or Konstantinivka or towards Liman, where the Russians are still actively trying to stack up enough force for something resembling an offensive. Never mind the fact that over the last 4 weeks, in that Russia has lost 95 kilometers of territory, but be that as it may, and that's they've lost that much territory while losing these ludicrous numbers of troops. So, yeah, and we're still so early on in the summer with the potential offensive activity. They're down just simply since January. They're now the amount of force that they can deploy is currently down about 20,000. It's down 2% overall. Thinking about how many troops are right now are deployed in Russia, that's about a net 2% reduction, just simply with the troops who are not being replaced.
Yeah, just failure to replace attrition.
Yeah,
that's right.
So we're that will stack up. You go.
It's going the right direction. Yeah, because slowly not replacing 1,300 a day when you're removing them that quickly is also essentially heading for the exits in a quiet manner, which I also accept. Right?
Yeah.
You don't need to just walk in and occupy the empty locations when they're starving to death or dead and gone, decided to vote with their feet, or just didn't get replaced. Is true. Now, Smokey, do you recall what a scaramucci is?
Scaramucci. I'm blanking it right now.
It's 11 days. It's 11 days. Okay. And I bring this up only because the fire at Rybinsk, the depot fire at Rybinsk, we haven't been to a strategic reserve for a while, right? A strategic oil reserve like that was at Engels for jet fuel, or Proletarsk that you will recall burned for 1.11 scaramuccis back about 18 months ago, when they started a massive depot fire of a strategic reserve and it didn't go out. Now, I'm not guaranteeing you one of those at this point, but Rybinsk is home to one of these strategic depots, and it also has a crude movement center as well. I don't, and they can load some stuff onto little river tankers here too. But I don't know which of these tank farms is on fire. But if it's the strategic reserve, it's going to be a big one, because it's the really old design that it's the last picture I've got up in the nest. But if it's the strategic reserve there, it's in very good condition. The tankage here, but it's a really old design. I don't know if they built a new one not long ago to an old design, or this has just been a well-kept one. But no concrete berms. It's simply earthen berms that have been allowed to relax for a long period of time, and some grass has grown on them. But there's no internal bund walls, basically, to speak of. No fire control ring whatsoever. No supply, obviously, for fire water. If they've got foam on there, I'd be very surprised. If they can set this tank farm on fire, and they get favorable wind conditions, you're looking at a situation very similar to Proletarsk down in Rostov, which burned for 1.15 scaramuccis.
This is all very entertaining. It really is.
Just started before we came online, so I can't even tell you for sure which tank farm's on fire.
Oh man. Well, it whatever it is that's burning, it's going to be intended to inflict the maximum possible pain on the Russians for the minimal possible cost.
And it will do, right? Because this is another one of these big. They've lost pumping stations. They've lost refineries. This is a large strategic reserve, about a quarter of the way, maybe not even that far, in Yaroslavl province, but well on the way toward St. Petersburg, Primorsk sort of area.
Well, we are going to have a zombie economy trying to drive a zombie army here, I think, directly. And the way that the casualty numbers are cycling right now, it certainly looks like the sort of numbers that you get if what they were doing is just simply resurrecting corpses and pointing them and telling them to go that direction. And we haven't seen much recently about morale. Earlier in the week we were talking about surrenders and testimonials by Ukrainian POWs talking to their comrades, saying, "Hey guys, just find a way to surrender. It's not worth it." That narrative thing, and I wish I could find a way to quantify the numbers of Bars troops that are in place, and also how many North Koreans are currently in country, and if they are being used anywhere except for around that penetration that they made north of Sumy last year, a couple of years ago. Whether or not the North Koreans are being tasked just simply to hold that in order to allow Russia to pull units out of that area and actually put them to work elsewhere, which they're going to have to do. We're looking at a net, just simply because of attrition, a net 1 to 2% reduction in Russian force deployed per month. And 12 months, that means you're going to reduce the total force available to the Russians potentially by as much as a quarter. They're going to have to mobilize in order to be able to make up that shortfall. And the moment that Putin does that, all the dynamics inside the country change overnight. And it becomes
because when you I don't know if this is true, but what you were talking about with Nabalina before, if in fact she's being sort of kept out of the loop a little bit, and she has started making demands about resigning, the conditions were that he not close the borders and he not call a full mobilization, because she's just clearly on the side that thinks that would be death to the country, and she would want to flee the country herself if that was going to happen. And I don't know that that's true or not. I don't know if she's under house arrest. We'll find out next week if she does or doesn't show up to the central bank rate announcement. But it'll be a real indicator, because as the last time they did a full mobilization, they lost an estimated 300,000 people. Fled 18 to 60-year-old men left the country in droves, and they'd be facing that attempt at that sort of thing again. And because they've ramped up their border security quite heavily for people leaving the country, they're likely to have sort of insurrection-y sort of shit on their hands if they try to stop a wave of people trying to leave the country this time. It could get very ugly in any case, which is why obviously Putin has had the availability to call a mobilization since September 17th, 2023, but he still hasn't used it.
Yeah. What I would look for, unlike the last time where a lot of the people leaving were surging west, I think that route out of the country is going to be pretty well closed, not just by the Russians, but also by the EU. They're just not having it as far as letting Russians come across the border.
Do you think they've got agreement from the Chinese not to allow people to, because you could just walk across the Amur River in the east and go to China?
There is a certain amount of that, but they actually, I don't think they'll have to go as far. They can go into Georgia, into Armenia, into Kazakhstan. They'll head, I think, towards the Caucasus.
And that's where the majority went last time. But I understand that the border security has really been beefed up in Georgia and parts of Kazakhstan.
Yeah. So that will probably happen, but I think there's also just simply it may get overwhelmed. It may just simply get overwhelmed by sheer numbers. And of course, there's the whole corruption dimension, that you'll have Russian equivalents of coyotes working to get, charging hundreds of thousands of rubles per head to move people out of the country. So we'll see stuff like that.
I think that the border the border to the of east of the east side of Kazakhstan is probably going to be a big proper one.
Yeah.
Or I don't know, people. It wouldn't take a large number, but people trying to sneak out south of Irkutsk into Mongolia.
Yep.
But the problem then is, where do you go when you get to China?
Yeah, well, once they get out of the country, assuming they got enough money, there are other places in South and Southeast Asia that they can go. Thailand is very popular. Thailand has some very large Russian-speaking expat enclaves, and so I think we'd see that. I think we'd see them going to all across Southeast Asia, and there's room in those places to actually absorb several 100,000 to even a couple of million Russians if they decided to hoof it. It would still, Russia would be faced, and paradox, you mobilize and proceed to throw yourself into a personnel crisis. That's going to be really interesting to see what that happens. But look at this, we've come back up to
there we go. We burned 2 hours again without even thinking about it. Yeah, we'll find out what Marcus wants, and I'll say Slava Ukraini and dive out so that we can start the swap, and I'll come back as a speaker.
All right. We'll talk to you later on, Will. I will be shortly following you after we get another co-host up. I see Firefell has shown up, so we will swap over to you guys here directly. And take it away, Marcus.
Hi, good morning. Let me start with some extremely good news that the UK have arrested a shadow fleet tanker. Oh, yes, we have. It's only about fucking time, isn't it? So, yeah, only about time. And loving that situation. So, what have we got here? We've got a little speech thing, from Keir Starmer. Here we go. In the early hours of this morning, I directed our armed forces to intercept a Shadow Fleet oil tanker attempting to pass through the English Channel. I mean, it's about time we picked one of them up, considering how many have been going through. Look, we obviously weren't prepared or able to do this previously, even if we had permission. I think we've been training with the French. I think that's what's been happening. And now we have a successful interception. This successful operation delivers another blow to Russia and reminds those refueling the war in Ukraine we will not let them hide. Well, it's a start, isn't it? I want to thank all those involved, including enforcement officers, armed forces, who keep this country safe, blah, blah, blah. Well, that is about time. Absolutely, really pleased with that. Can we do some more, please? All of this. We'd like to do some more. That'd be lovely. So, yeah, no doubt today Medvedev will be threatening us all with nukes. That'll be absolutely awesome. You know how it goes, don't you? Yes, we'll be flavour of the month again. Love it. Long overdue. Yes, long overdue. So that was my first piece of exciting information. Now, we've got just all sorts of things going on. So I'm just going to run over the Booms again, just because Oh, crikey. There's a few of them. And so we've got the fuel depot in Rybinsk. It's on fire. And as it's on fire, you see, well, massively on fire as well. You quite clearly see another Ukrainian drone just flying in, just, going about its business. Now, what you do here and see is Russian air defense firing into the sky, nowhere near it. And then it pops down into its descent and hits the base again. I'm just going to point out that whatever the Russian air defense was doing at that point, it wasn't doing its job. And, well, that's a terrible shame for whoever's responsible for that. Morning, Firefella.
Oh, morning, Mockers. Isn't that lovely? Now we'll find out where we're going to park the ships that we've decided to board. Whether they go into a deep water storage or deep water anchorage, rather, or one of those ports that everybody's going, oh, you can't bring them into port because it'll tie up a key. Well, it might, but ports are big places you can put them in. So want to keep an eye on that. And yeah, that oil refinery looks fecked. I mean, properly fecked. And I've been looking at the tank farm, like Will was saying. Basically, it's a load of tanks in the middle of a field. I can't. I'm just honestly fucking speechless this morning. Like, why would you build a load of tanks in the middle of a field and then expect it not to burn? Good God. But they are what they are, aren't they? They are extremely stupid, thick, dense people. But I'm thankful for it, Mockers. But yeah, really good news this morning. Lovely stuff.
What a mess, eh? What a terrible mess. Yeah, so we've got that. We've got multiple Ukrainian attack drones successfully striking Russia's Azot chemical plant in Novomoskovsk, setting it ablaze. Now, this plant was a major producer of nitrate products used in Russian explosives, which is, obviously something that I would find quite egregious. Says here, titanium oxide is primarily known, right. So they primarily make it for paint coatings, plastics, and also explosives. Great job there. Nice one. Nitrates burning. So that place as well. I feel as though, Ukraine's getting to the point of everything that you use to make bombs and drones and all of that. We're just going to take it out. All these precursors gone. Occupied Kherson Oblast, our friend the Gaultier there, Mr. Saldo, just announced that they are partially without any power. He says power engineers and emergency services are working to do everything to restore electricity as soon as possible. If you say so. And we also have what appears to be a little bit earlier on in the night. This was Vyazma in the Oblast of Smolensk, that place. Local sources reported an attack on the railway infrastructure. Now, I'd just like to point out that this particular railway infrastructure is a crossing of the Moscow, Smolensk and Bryansk to Lykoslaval, apparently, railway lines. So this is a major crossing point, like Jankoy in Crimea. So, yeah, this is apparently where there is a meeting of a number of rail lines, and particularly vulnerable spot if they were to attack this place and, cause some major destruction that took a while to rebuild. We do know that they can rebuild rail logistics pretty quick. But if you, smack a particularly important junction, that might take a little bit longer. and nice there. I sent that one to Peter Headley because he was very excited about Jankoy the other day. So nice. I mean, we've also got lots of other really important stuff being hit over the last couple of days. The I don't know whether this is the right name, Efimoka oil pumping station in the Volgograd region was hit with strike drones. Now, they didn't just hit the pumping station itself, they hit the central oil preparation and transshipment station. So at this facility, crude oil that comes directly in from the oil fields is what they call cleaned. So basically, they remove the water, the gas, and the impurities, and then feed it into the main oil pipelines to be transported to refineries for export. And that seems important. That seems quite important. So that particular place got smacked as well. Will might have something he wants to say about that. I'm not sure. No. Okay, he's off making himself a cup.
No, you said it right. Yefimoka, but all the rest of it's correct. Crude separation. I mean, crude meaning very simple separation of water and as it comes down the pipeline, any water that works its way or is ready to come out of solution of that crude, but as just a wide spot in the line, basically, to slow everything down. They do some gravity separation of water and then put it back in the pipeline and pump it on its way.
Awesomeness. I've just been given a sneak preview of something very exciting in the background. Sorry, I'll not tell you about it because I'm not allowed. So there's a lot going on. And it would appear that there's not just that, because remember, at the same time as all these major strikes are going on, Ukraine is basically turning Crimea into an island. Did you mention this BBC article, Will? I imagine you probably did.
Yeah, I did. We discussed it in detail, but go ahead again.
Well, I was just going to say that the BBC article has actually laid it out quite clearly for once. You know, normally we get a little bit of crappy reporting, but no, whoever's done this, good for them. They have broken down the, Ukrainians' campaign to sever Crimea. So, key bridges they've taken out, and it looks as though, they've been using some quite nifty drones as well, large warheads on these drones. And what used to have to be done with missiles can now be done with drones without anybody else's approval as well. They don't have to seek anybody's approval to do these actions. And this is one of the main points that slowed them down in the first place. That everybody had to and ah and sit around a table and decide whether it was okay for Ukraine to defend themselves, which is absolutely fucking disgusting, in my personal opinion. So, yes, I like this. The long spear was not invented by Alexander the Great, but it was he who was able to build an invincible combat formation upon it. I like that. So they have gained their own long-range strike capabilities, which have effectively replaced tactical aviation because they've been forced to work without it. And I think this is very clever indeed. Now, according to the report, previously a request for air support took 2 weeks to process. And now they can strike a target within 300 kilometres within just a few hours of identifying it. And that is really important, isn't it? From identification to request to actually striking the target. the whole system has gained a massive amount of speed. And this just shows, that Ukraine are doing things for themselves without really having to rely on anybody else now. Receiving information that a large convoy is parked in a particular area, and within a short period, they can strike the bridge to prevent the convoy from passing. And then as soon as the convoy builds up, they can strike the logistics of the convoy itself. And the commander who's been doing this said there is no longer a transport corridor from Crimea to the mainland. By striking the bridges, they basically stopped all of that. And there is no doubt that all the bridges will be finished off in systematic work. Now, this is the commander of the unit who's doing this. So I can see that, basically every time Russia puts up a pontoon bridge, they'll be like, nope, no, you don't. And so even says himself, from now on, Crimea can be considered an island. Let the Russians buy boats to get to their mainland. Oh, nice. Very nice. So I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this totally. Yes, very much. So pontoons as well are not ideal. You know why, don't you, Firefella?
Go on.
Well, you can only get one truck across them at a time. They're I didn't even think they could take heavy logistics trucks, but apparently they're doing it. But you can only put one across at a time, which means that you end up with a massive tail of traffic waiting to get across. Because it's not fast.
What, like in a stationary convoy sort of thing? I'm just,
Yeah.
Oh, funny that, isn't it? Guess what's coming, peeps? Oh, I'm loving
Also
all
known
this.
as also known as a target. Yes, one of those.
One of those, yeah.
Very nice. Intelligence, planning, striking with their own drones. It's all preparation for what comes next. And it's a demonstration of just how important it is to have your own professional army and your own weapons that you don't have to rely on anybody else for. I've said it before. Ukraine have figured out that if they want something doing, they just have to do it the damn selves, because the rest of us just do not have the spinal fortitude, I'll say, for going ahead with it. So I have noticed that this French OSINT bloke, Clement Mullin, is very good. He's very good. He does a nice little thread as well. So I picked up his thread from yesterday, where he was talking about the fact that they had hit the pontoon bridge at Chonghua, that place. But I don't know how to properly pronounce it, so I just pronounce it a bit silly. It's a Russian problem. So, after repeatedly hitting the bridges connecting Crimea and occupied Kherson, the Ukrainians are now implementing a siege, basically, of the peninsula, a blockade. Trucks and the pontoon bridges were hit. What are they called? Code 9.2, Phalanx and the Da Vinci units all launched multiple strikes against targets in and around the key roads leading to Crimea. So it's not just one unit that's involved in this. Only a few bridges connect Crimea to the mainland of Ukraine, and 6 of them have reportedly been hit, including all the main ones. So we've got Henichensk, Chonghua Road Bridge, Chonghua Rail Bridge, because remember there is 2 bridges there. Armyansk Bridge along the canal or over the canal, which is mainly dry now, thanks to them taking out the Kakhovka Dam and cutting off their own water supply. Well done. And then there are a couple more bridges on this canal, one called Stavky and Moon, and both of those also appear to have been targeted. Nice. Then don't you worry, Chonghua, they popped up a pontoon bridge, and they were indeed putting heavy trucks over it, but not for long, because the pontoon bridge actually got hit again, the night after. So they were like, oh dear, look at that, there's a pontoon bridge there. Boom. Now, many said, it's going to be impossible to stop the traffic there. It's just impossible. They'll just construct another bridge. Yeah, but you can take that one out too, because guess what? Ukraine know the exact coordinates. And it's really easy for them to just send something else to take out the new bridge that you've just popped up there. So, no, it isn't impossible to stop them at all. So they also decided to hit a bunch of trucks that were parked waiting to go over said pontoon bridge. And also just wherever they saw any concentrations of what appeared to be logistics vehicles, they took them out too. So 4 trucks parked near Jankoy, the border crossing and the rail bridge, which further, hampers their logistics. And it would seem that Russian forces tried to organise some air defences in the area of Kherson to try and, help the situation. How do you think that went for them, Firefella?
I'm guessing they got fucked up.
Well, as it happened, those air defences were found on their way wherever they were going. At least 2 of them were taken out while they were manoeuvring towards, where they were supposed to be in the Kherson Oblast. Oh well.
So just a bit of a an update. So sorry, a bit vague there. I was in the middle of trying to find out where we put this boat, and I think we put it in the middle of the Plymouth Sound. So it's out and it's just offshore, and it's not going into port at the moment. And we're doing investigations, which is really good because it's under a false flag. Of course it is. It's Russian, isn't it? So that's where we think it is at the moment. But I'll keep you updated. Crack on.
Yeah, we also have probably some, FSB or perhaps even Russian combatants on board, security services, those guys. Yeah.
Awesome ammunition and, or gold even. I don't know. Once you've searched the thing, and that'll take a little while. That will take a little while to search that. There, you can put stuff. You wouldn't believe how many different little spaces there are on board these things. But yeah, it'll take a while. Jenny, you got your hand up. Go ahead, sweet.
Just remember to double check with the Ukrainians so that this is not a boat, that they want as well, because then you can keep it even longer. Look at Kaffa, the one that Sweden took. We held that thing for, was it like 3 or 4 months? It wasn't allowed to move. And we did not have it in port. It was outside of the port itself, but still within Swedish territorial waters. So go after everybody you can. And it looks like Rise of the Vikings are here. And this time we were working with the UK. No surprise visits, I promise. But because we have another common enemy. Fuck Russia. Thank you.
Indeed, it's always good for us to work together, isn't it? Friends against a common enemy. Absolutely. Now, these logistics parking areas that Russia were trying to, well, I don't think they were hiding trucks. I think they just had no choice as to where to put them. And there is a couple that have been identified, and people on the ground decided to take photographs because you know what they're like. They just can't help themselves. And, well, there's at least 2 here where all the trucks are like burnt out or broken. So I guess that doesn't work either. Now, this blockade of Crimea, it seems that what they're also doing is they're tempting more Russian air defense systems into the area. And Ukraine know that they can hit everything within that area, anything that moves. And so all the air defense units that they try and move towards the area of Crimea to try and, like, help with this situation, well, it's almost like they've been baited, and Ukrainians are waiting for them, and they're taking those out as well. So particularly nice. We've got air defense radars and other mid-range strikes on things that can be used for air defense, just all over the area. So that's lovely. Now, in total, Clement has managed to screenshot 415 trucks hit since early May, which gives us around at least 10 a day, just for those that were confirmed. Because remember, not all of them will be confirmed with a video. Now, in the previous month, there were videos of 3 strikes per week. And now we have at least 3 videos a day. So you can see how much they've ramped up the process of taking out logistics. Now, what they have been doing is they've been taking multiple strikes on all the key roads, not just leading to Crimea, but also to Donetsk, which is, well, as you can imagine, going to be continuously painful for Russians as well. All these daily strikes against trucks and vehicles continue to scale up. More than a month after this campaign started, the Russians appear to be hitting a few drones, but definitely not enough. And do you know who is doing that intercepting? Well, it's the Rubicon unit, which have recently been quite severely depleted. And they've only seemed to have one unit that's capable of operating interceptor drones, which is not enough, obviously. Now, there is an attempt by Russia to replicate this Ukrainian campaign with strikes on Ukrainian logistics, mainly using Geran drones, which are bigger. So they're, wasting bigger drones, much noisier and much more costly. And they're using those against single trucks. Single trucks. Yes. I mean, it's not great that they're attacking Ukrainian logistics, but they are basically using a hammer to, hit a hummingbird. So it's not really as effective. The Russian strike campaign is not non-existent. Now, it actually started before the Ukrainian strike campaign, but the Ukrainians are just better at it. It is also worth noting that anti-drone nets on key roads are working. Interceptor teams work everywhere on the Ukrainian side. EW worked quite well against Russian Molniya drones as well. And the BM-35 and other mid-range drones. So basically, the Ukrainian air campaign continues to intensify and pose serious problems for Russian logistics. And Russia seems to be getting a little bit worse at their campaign on Ukrainian logistics. It's almost as though it's like just the same sort of thing that's happened before. Russia starts something, and Ukraine goes, you know what, we can do that better. And then shortly after, Russia gets worse at it and Ukraine excels. It's amazing, isn't it, how these things happen? Almost as though, Ukraine's just much better at doing these things. And they are, because they are organised and they work together better, and they're, the funding goes to the right place. Let's just say that, because you know what happens with Russian funding, it just sort of it disappears into people's pockets. It's amazing how that happens as well. Now, Putin must be in a very bad mood. And the day before the G7 summit in France today, White House officials are briefing that Trump will not be meeting Zelensky at that meeting. I mean, he's busy being 80 years old anyway, isn't he? So, he's busy jumping motorcycles on the front lawn of the White House. Yes, yeah, I know. That thing actually happened. Anyway, yeah, they've made it clear that they won't be meeting, and I don't think Zelensky is that bothered. To be fair, it must be quite pleasant to know that you don't have to meet with him. Oh, thank God for that. Don't have to smell him. So the leader of the US will, however, make time for India, Qatar, and the UAE, which are all also invited by Macron, as is Ukraine. So he's going to go beg his oil-producing buddies, and India, obviously, they have a carve-out to buy Russian oil. So I'm just assuming that that's why he's meeting them as well. It's all about the money, isn't it? Always. So yes, the Russians have had some really big hits this morning. Some really thick smoke and fires, and I'm particularly pleased to see that, because guess what? Russians keep terrorizing Ukraine all the damn time. Now, something happened in the city of Orient, and I don't know if you saw this, fire fella, but there was a bit of a mess. A residential block of flats was hit. Now, nobody is acknowledging what happened, but it does seem that it might have been the work of air defense, Russian air defense. They say they shot down 249 Ukrainian drones overnight, but they're not acknowledging what happened in the city of Oriol, where a block of flats was hit. And they've not even acknowledged if there were any injuries or what happened at all. But it does look a bit of a mess.
No, we fired loads of missiles. We don't really care where they end up, but we fired loads of missiles. So we report to the big chief. We fired all our stock of missiles, sir, so we must have hit something, and there's debris all over the shop. But yeah, they would have hit building after building after building, and not a lot else, I would have thought. Good God, I'm trying to keep up with stuff here, because it's happening all over this shop. There's fires going off, there's people being bombed, there's ammonia plants getting blown up, there's nitrate plants getting blown up. Somebody's got a plan.
Well, it would seem that Ukraine are sort of like just ticking things off their list. Yes, exactly. And so, awesome. Now, it would appear that, when Saldo said that they only had partial electricity, he was lying. They have zero electricity. There has been a complete breakdown of the power network in occupied Kherson. Now, occupied Kherson is supplied with their power from occupied Zaporizhzhia. So it could well be that something was hit in Zaporizhzhia, and that they are probably also affected. Now, on that note, occupied Zaporizhzhia came under heavy attack shortly before midnight. There were reports of 6 or more powerful explosions, with the northern outskirts of Melitopol being the worst hit. And the governor, who appointed governor at the moment, admitted that substations in the territory had indeed been hit. Nice. Now, one Russian military Z blogger, and I'm trying to figure out what his name is, and it doesn't really matter. He's just a chunky-looking bald guy. He's complained that invaders in the area of Donetsk have been forbidden from disguising themselves as civilians. Yet, he then goes on to speak about military vehicles being disguised as civilian vehicles. This follows a recent claim that civilian transport was being hit in the area. Yes. So, war correspondent complained. Vladimir Grubnik, host of the Ghost of Novorossiya channel, described how Ukrainian drone strikes have changed the daily lives of Russian soldiers in Donetsk. He argued that it is logical for soldiers to disguise themselves as civilians, but the command demands that they do not. Now, he made this comment on a show hosted by the blogger Maxim Kalashnikov. Yes. So, according to him, any attention drawn to military installations and equipment within a drone range has been mortally dangerous. Good. You could always go home, and then you wouldn't have to risk your life, so never mind. However, the military correspondent complains that bureaucracy is increasing military police patrols in Donetsk, and raids are being conducted. Soldiers are ordered only to travel in military vehicles with the black license plates and carry out combat orders. Driving a vehicle with a white license plate is considered inappropriate and is punishable by confiscation of the vehicle. And you will also be deployed to an assault. So if you try and disguise yourself as a civilian in a civilian vehicle, apparently, according to him, you will then end up with the gift of being, popped into the infantry. That's nice. Astra reports on how Z channels are disguising military vehicles as civilian vehicles, however, to avoid Hornet drones. According to some channel authors, this endangers all civilian vehicles. Yes, it does. It makes them legitimate targets, and you really shouldn't do that if you want to protect civilians. But of course, this is Russia, isn't it? Disguising military personnel as civilians and feigning civilian status is classed as perfidy. Perfidy. I think that's how you say it, perfidy. Under the 1949 Geneva Conventions, and is clearly a war crime. Not that they worry about that sort of thing, eh? But yeah, there we go. Clearly a war crime. So we note that Zaporizhzhia and where was it? Occupied Kherson are without power. Now, yesterday, the Simferopol power plant was also attacked by Ukraine. And a new photograph has emerged just this morning. And from a distance, even in poor quality of this photograph, you can see the black that came out of the windows of this place. And let me just retweet that for your viewing pleasure. So if you zoom in a tiny bit, you can see that every single window on the ground floor there was charred smoke damage, sort of, all around the tops of the windows, which suggests that place was quite heavily on fire. What do you think, Firefella?
Oh, yes, properly on fire, that one. Yeah. Good God. It just gets worse, because I can't see. So I'm just, sometimes you have to go, no, really, they can't be this thick. They can't on purpose be this bleeding stupid, but they are. It's just, does my head in.
Well, Yeah, unfortunately, power plants can't be moved. And if you're occupying Ukrainian territory, you're going to probably come up against this sort of problem. Yeah. Maybe you should just pop off back to Russia.
Go home. Go home. I think the invitation is quite clear now, Mockers, don't you? It's about time you all left. Exit stage right, please.
Exactly. And some people in occupied Crimea are actually getting the message now and are going home.
Yeah, but have you seen how hard it is to get some petrol in Crimea?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting here saying this and chatting to you about it. I'm thinking, yeah, Mark, but have you seen the queues lately? Good God.
Well, you can always go for a nice long bike ride. I think that might be what sort of options they're left with eventually. I love the fact that they quoted that guy saying they can buy boats and, hoof it back to the mainland under their own power. We don't care. Now, did you hear that Russia has decided to build their own version of Starlink? Did you hear that?
Did you see it? Oh, God. Oh, I'll refer to my last post, Your Honour. It's shit. Does it what? It probably don't work, does it? No, it don't. It really doesn't.
Well, I mean, they're not without means for sure, and apparently they've been trying to launch these things in secret. However, they've suffered a major setback, believe it or not, as they lost their first satellite. So, in March 2026, Russia announced the launch of satellites for what they're calling Rasvet. Now, this is the Kremlin's alternative to Starlink, but just 75 days into its first mission, one of the satellites, which is called Object 4, decided that it was no longer working. It lost altitude and burned up in the atmosphere on its way back to Earth. So, never mind, eh? The original launch of this was on March the 23rd, and it was carried out in secret by Roscosmos. Although, that said, there is a video of it being launched, so not that secret once Ukraine gets, to hack your systems. There was no public live stream, however. The world found out the satellites were only in space after the developer quietly released some promotional footage days later. The Rasvet project is funded under Russia's massive national program. It carries a price tag of 445 billion rubles, which is roughly $5.7 billion. I wonder if all of that was spent on the satellite itself. Anyway, space tracking data exposed Object 4's breakdown long before the Kremlin acknowledged it, however. Now, of course, Putin himself spoke about this project and stated that they will achieve total independence from Western technology with this system. However, that said, the actual mathematics tells a different story. They've managed to build 16 satellites, one of which has already failed. SpaceX, their Starlink, has well over 10,000 operational satellites. Can you see how they might have a bit of catching up to do? I mean, nice work, though, just burning your money. Yeah? Just burning their own money. So, loving that. You carry on. You carry on. It does make me chuckle. Excuse me. I'm a little bit, well, obviously I worked last night, so I didn't get to bed till 1 a.m. Ish. And then I had to get up out of bed again to deal with cats running around the bedroom with a mouse. So,
Oh, dear. You're tired, Bunny. Tired, Bunny.
These things happen.
So did just going back to the satellite thing, did they work out why it fell into low orbit and disintegrated? Have they got any ideas, or is it all, you know, roses in the rose garden? Not that I
Piece of
care,
shit.
but
It was a piece of shit. I
yeah.
don't know.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. I'm sure there was, some cheap Chinese parts probably used on it. Jenny?
I was just gonna say that there were Russian engineers involved. They didn't have any, you know, good engineers from Ukraine, because then it would have worked. But you gotta do when if you don't have access to them, you have to use Russians, and apparently this is the result. So fuck those guys. Thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, would you like some Russian woe? Would you? Because this is a hilarious story.
Absolutely, Mockers. You know I love a bit of woe. What you got?
Well, Chris Owicki has produced this delightful story. Russian soldiers who were apparently poisoned by Ukrainian food sellers were not believed, and they were reportedly threatened with being sent to assault units on suspicion of faking their sickness in order to desert the army. And it illustrates just how serving in the Russian army can be a game of Russian roulette. One reader writes to the Russian war blogger and journalist Maxim Kalashnikov. He's getting a lot of interviews these days, isn't he? I have been in the Russian army for almost 2 years now. You'd think that given my age and length of service, I should have got used to the strange events and the things that happen in our beloved army. He uses quotes for that word. And the quotation marks aren't a mistake here, but a deliberate reflection of my attitude towards this organisation. But no, our father commanders know how to make a soldier's life vivid and memorable, and probably short. Here is another true story from military life. In a border region, our unit is scattered across its entire territory, partly on the other side of the old border as well. Groups of soldiers are constantly being dispatched from the base camps in one direction or another on some urgent basis. We are not infantry. I'm sorry, you think you're not infantry. But casualties, both wounded and killed, have increased recently, so there just aren't enough men. And now another dispatch has taken place. Half an hour ago, the lads were digging a hole for a dugout, and now, spurred on by the sergeant, they are having to pack their things, collect their rifles, and go. It's lunchtime, and the canteen is open. The sergeant, afraid of disobeying orders, calls the commander anyway and asks for permission to feed the soldiers before they go. You hear a roar down the line. Absolutely no delays. Send them off. Tell them to buy or find something to eat on the way. That's kind, isn't it? He needs to report urgently to his superiors that the order has been carried out, and so the men are sent on their way with empty stomachs. Off they go. About an hour later, a message arrives at the headquarters that these soldiers are in hospital with food poisoning. What follows are the events as recounted by one of the soldiers who was directly involved. We had a 5-hour drive ahead of us, so we bought some food at a roadside shop. After consuming the food, the soldiers fell unconscious, had convulsions, began foaming at the mouth. Thankfully, the driver had not eaten anything. At the civilian hospital which he redirected them to, it took 2 hours to pump the stomachs of his comrades. 2 of them ended up in intensive care, and the police arrived and took what was left of the food for analysis. But then the military arrived. Investigators, I suppose. and demanded we handed everything over to them. There we were, lying in the hospital wards, glad to be alive, and some high-ranking military officer barges in with their big epaulets, pretending to be a doctor. He asked a few routine questions about how we were feeling and what had happened, and as we started to explain, he cut us off and started telling us off. He told us off, saying that this was entirely our own fault, saying that we wanted to desert so we wouldn't have to go to the front, saying he could see right through our charade and that based upon our hospital discharge papers, we would have to be sent to assault units as a result. In short, we got a good telling off. And then he gave us some firm advice. He said, forget this incident entirely. Nothing has happened here. That is the end of the story. The two who were in intensive care at the time were discharged a few days after us. And the shop that sold us the food is still open. Make of that what you will. So that's quite funny. And that appears to be one of these things that happens to them every time, something goes wrong. They're just like, nope, we don't believe you. Now, one other major Russian monitoring channel told anybody who is driving, if they think that a drone is approaching them, they should drive directly into a ditch. How do you think that's going to work out for them, Firefella?
Lots of crashes. well, I mean, any more to that theory? Just drive into a ditch because the drone won't be able to see you. It will, because they'll just stop going forward and wait for you to thing, and then just dive bomb you. I don't see the logic in that one. Mind you, I don't see the logic in a lot of what Russia does, but that one seemed particularly crass, Mockers.
Yeah, you should drive into a ditch and wait for the drone to go past because, drones definitely can't see you if you hide in a ditch. Yeah, okay. So you basically drive into a ditch, probably making sure that your vehicle probably can't get out of the ditch. I've had this happen before where I've had friends who've come off the road into a ditch at the side of the road and they need a tow truck to get them out, fine fella. A tow truck.
Well, you would. If you drive your wagon into any, you're going to need a tow truck to get out. They don't magically just, get back on all four wheels and drive out of a ditch, do you? That just doesn't happen. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so basically they're saying immobilize yourself and perhaps you won't get hit with a drone. Okay. So yeah, they're basically saying stop blocking the road with your burning trucks. I think that's what they're saying there. So yeah, just duck and cover and stop blocking the road. Okay. I love it. Now, Magyar yesterday released a statement reporting that the Russian command has now banned the movement of military cargo along the R18 highway on the Mariupol, Berdyansk, Melitopol and Simferopol section. How do you think that's going to go for them? Basically, he's saying don't take any main roads now, only take back roads. I don't know if you're aware, but Ukrainian birds can see the back roads as well, especially if they've got trucks on them. It's almost as though they think they're only watching the main highways, which is very presumptuous of them, isn't it? So yeah, go on.
Do they not realise, Mockers, that Ukrainians might have things called maps? I'm just saying. And if you don't use that road, you'll use that one. Oh God.
Yes. So basically, he said the Eastern Military District they prohibited all military cargo on the main road, and it would appear that that military cargo did decrease by 71%. over the past 2 weeks, according to Magyar. However, the patriotic Ukrainian birds found them on other roads, basically. So we're not talking about total fire control over these routes. However, please, no sensational headlines. But basically, they are stopping them from getting anywhere. Now, I would just like to point out, remember the time when Medvedev, I think it was Medvedev, he might have been drunk at the time, he said that the entirety of the West, all of Europe, was going to grind to a halt without fuel because the Russians were going to cut us off from fuel. Do you remember that?
Oh yes, yeah, the famous we're the petrol station of the West now, and you do what we tell you to do when we tell you to do it because we've got all the fuel. How's that going for you?
Well, did you hear Zakharova, maybe yesterday, begging friendly nations to help supply them with fuel? Just thought there was some irony there. That was quite fun. Nice little piece of irony.
She was down on her knees. That's all I can say. Make of that what you will. I didn't mean it in that way.
You meant, yeah, she was begging on her knees. But yes, that's kind of awkward, really, isn't it? Kind of awkward that these things just, keep happening. Ukraine's attacks on Russian oil refineries are reportedly pushing them into a crisis. And I have a little story about that in a moment. But first, we're going to do the numbers. Because, I'm that kind of girl. There we are. Sorry, took me a minute just to find them. So, we have some numbers and it is the 14th of June today, all day. And some of these numbers appear to have gone up. See if you can spot them with me. So we have 1,440 liquidated personnel. Little bit higher there.
That's an up.
Yes, indeed. We have 5 tanks.
Definitely.
And we have 14 armoured personnel vehicles.
Get out of here. Top work.
Yeah, so it looks as though, that's sort of one of the things that, Jumpy, who always been looking at Russian vehicles and how many they have and how many they're using and so on. Jumpy commented yesterday that one of the reasons why Russians aren't making any mechanized assaults anywhere on armor is because every time they put it anywhere, Ukraine goes, oh, thanks very much, we'll take that out before it's even got anywhere. And they literally blow it up in storage anywhere now within the front or the rear. Ukraine are just removing them off the chessboard. So there's no possibility of them making any assaults in their armour. There was a nice accumulation of armour a couple of days ago, which I saw taken out, which basically then led to the unit that had accumulated that armour having to do their assault on foot. I mean, they didn't even give them horses. Sorry. Anyway, where were we? We have 57 artillery systems, and we have 3 MLRS. I will just note that artillery systems, 44,000. Just in case you needed to have an idea of how many artillery systems Ukraine have had to take out at this stage. 3 more MLRS, sorry. 1 air defence system. Every little one helps. And then we have 401 vehicles and fuel tanks. It's a little bit higher than usual as well.
Did they find a couple of convoys somewhere?
I think they might have done, I think they might have done. 1 more special equipment. And then, of course, we have UAVs. So we have 2,132 UAVs of various types, and we have 13, unlucky for some, ground robotic complexes. I almost feel like a bingo caller some days when doing this. Now, remember how Russia are threatening a very large strike with missiles? Well, it would appear that they're having to, save up for this. And I don't know, we didn't do the numbers yesterday because we had our guest, but I don't know if you saw the ratio of shoot downs yesterday was 97% for the overnight Air Force report. Very good. I think it was 118 and they shot down 110. Extremely good going. So today we have the following 98 drones in total and 91 shot down and suppressed. So again, a massively high ratio. So 98 Shahed type, including jets, Gerber, Talmus, simulator drones, and what they call the Parody, which is one of their main simulator drones. According to preliminary data, as of 3 hours ago, 91 of these drones were shot down or suppressed. 7 strike UAVs were recorded hitting 6 locations and full of down fragments in 4 further locations. The attack continues as there are several enemy UAVs within the airspace. So, Ukraine again doing a fabulous job of taking down almost all of these drones. I mean, you can't say that anything's ever going to be 100%, but by heck, they are darn close, aren't they?
No, they really are, Marcus. And the only bad thing is, unfortunately, people, when you do shoot these bloody things down, they do sometimes, not all times, because they do take them out of the fields and water and stuff like that. But sometimes falling debris is actually a thing, which is unfortunate. But 98, did I hear that right? 98% again, Marcus? That's top work, isn't it? That is really good.
Well, it was 97% yesterday, and I haven't done a calculation for today, but it's it's up there in the high 90s for sure. So out of 98 drones, 91 were shot down and suppressed. Some more came through afterwards, but for that particular Air Force report, that is some going into. So I did say I had a little tale about Ukraine's attacks on Russian oil refineries, pushing them into a crisis. I don't know if you've noticed, but the fuel supplies are now being restricted in both Moscow and St. Petersburg as well, which is, chef's kiss, the best news.
I did, Mockers. Yeah, starting to move up the country, isn't it? It's going to everywhere. Lovely stuff. It's only going to get worse, as a favourite friend of ours would say.
Absolutely. And here's the thing, that you don't have to cut off logistics if you cut off the production. So there's basically what Ukraine have been trying their best to do is to hamper Russia's ability to refine these products. You can have all the crude oil in the world, but you can't run a car off it, So there has now been a loss of control over fuel supplies and a lack of effective anti-drone defences. Because remember, some time ago, Putin issued a decree that all of these places that were privately owned, oil refining facilities and storage facilities, he kind of just said, you're on your own. On your own. Tough. Not my problem. And you should work out some appropriate air defences for yourselves, shouldn't you? And that was basically the basically the response to them saying, please help us, he was kind of like, sorry, who are you? Who are you? Do it yourselves. Which I thought was, well, it shows a certain level of care, doesn't it? Which is none. So, Russian oil giant, Rosneft. I mean, you know, technically they're separate to the government, but they're kind of not. They're reportedly now pushing for nationalisation of these, you know, what's left, which is just hilarious. So, Russia's oil refinery ownership is dominated by a handful of large, vertically integrated companies. State-controlled Rosneft and Gazprom Neft control the largest and most modern refineries, along with a number of private companies, such as Lukoil, Surgutneftgaz, and Tatneft. All of these companies, refineries, have come under repeated and highly costly attacks from Ukrainian drones, which have caused increasing shortages of fuel across Western Russia. There is said to be a critical lack of coordinated effort to defend these refineries. Sorry, because as I said before, you're on your own, kids. Sorry about that. Yeah, you'll have to just work it out. So, according to the VCHK Telegram channel, Rosneft's CEO Igor Sechin is actively promoting the idea to the Kremlin of nationalising, albeit temporarily, as his suggestion, the Russian oil refineries, all of them, that is, all of them, and transferring them to the external management of the state, which is Rosneft, basically. Now, I'd just say that Russia normally doesn't have a problem nationalising anything they fancy, but in this case, I'm not sure that they have the means to protect them either. So leaving them in private hands and saying, oh, that's a you problem, is actually a way of saving face. So anyway, he said to be arguing that this is the only way to regain the control over their fuel supplies. You know, but very USSR, this, isn't it? It all seems very USSR to me. So, good old Soviet times, eh? And this will help them organise an effective defence against drone strikes. Too late was the cry, as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, while efforts have been made to defend refineries, these efforts are uncoordinated and, well, quite frankly, ineffective. So there's that too. But, of course, this proposal is being opposed by some other parties, because nobody likes to get along in Russia. Now, it says here, the shadowy and all-powerful Russian-Ukrainian oil trader Anatoly Yablonsky, what a name, Yablonsky, backed by his ally, Yevgeny Lovriev, Deputy Director of the Russian Federal Security Services, you know, the FSB. So Yablonsky is said to be claiming that some of the refineries are completely beyond the reach of drones and are perfectly capable of supplying Russia with fuel without nationalisation, mainly because he owns them and he would like the profit. Thank you very much. However, I don't know if you've noticed, but Ukraine's drones are increasing in range almost daily. And this does seem quite optimistic, doesn't it? So how do you think that's going to go for him, Firefella? Do you think that's going to work out?
I think they're mistaken, mockers. So here's the thing. So and he said this a long time ago, didn't he? Putin said, "No, defend your own refineries." Well, and listening to Will over the months that we all have been, thank God for him. You've got, first of all, you've got to realise how big Russia is. So we all think, you know, it's, well, you live in a big country. Russia is massive, and it's got a massive amount of little refineries, little, medium, and large refineries. And unless you took on a massive building project years ago, which the Russians won't because they won't have spent their money on stuff like this, air defence, you're never going to protect them. So turning it over to the owner or operator and going, right, fine, it's your refinery, you need to put up air defence, gets rid of the problem, politically, and actually gets rid of it because you don't physically have to supply anything to it. You just go, yeah, it's your problem, crack on. And we're seeing the results, aren't they? And people are just sending me more and more pictures of these drones crashing into that refinery. I mean, and the air defence is all just small arm stuff. It's not proper air defence, and it's lovely. But yeah, it's just a no-win case scenario for them, and that's why they've done it that way, Marcus. Yeah.
Well, that's right. He's protecting himself from receiving any blame there, so he can leave the blame on the private companies. But of course, the private companies as well are all like, hey, we're the only people with working refineries left, some of us. So, don't take that away from us because, greed. So they want to say, oh, no, don't you worry. We'll sort it out because, we want that profit because we're literally, the only people with working refineries over here. And we'll be absolutely fine. Don't you worry about us. Money in our pockets. Thank you very much. Don't you dare nationalise the plants. And of course, Putin is loath to nationalise the plants because if that happens and then they're still being hit, that's very embarrassing. So I can see, the arguments on both sides here. And this is the sort of both sides argument that I appreciate. So, shall we just pop on over to the front line and just have a see what's happening there? Because, I've got another tale of woe for you. Chris O'Wiki has been just full of information recently, so bless him. This one is a particularly nice one. Many of the Russian soldiers seen daily being blown up by Ukrainian drones are not there because they're trained infantry, which is a shame, isn't it? However, who these people are specialists and even officers who are being sent to the front line to their deaths as a punishment, which is, wasteful. However, I'm not going to complain. You carry on shooting yourself in your foot if you really want to. One Russian colonel, who will probably end up at the front after speaking out, oh dear, says he's never seen anything like it. An old recruit who had survived 2 years' service in the Russian army writes to the war blogger and journalist Maxim Kalashnikov. I tell you what, just recently he's been brave as well. It's really fun, isn't it? That sort of the taboo of speaking out. It's almost as though the dam has broken, and people are like clamoring to speak out at this point. And I just wonder if this is a sign of the times that basically you can't arrest us all. That sort of mindset has come about. I think, once the dam has broken, it's very difficult to stop the flow of you've got to have an outlet, haven't you? Remember that Igor Gherkin was always used as like a pressure valve, and he was allowed to say certain things as long as he didn't go too far. And then, of course, he started getting a bit too popular, and so he ended up in prison. But he's still able to, speak out as a form of outlet. However, it's, it's a bit contagious these days, and everybody is starting to speak out, and that probably shouldn't have happened, but here we are. So, this man writes to Kalashnikov to relay his experience of how the army is routinely sending men just to die in assaults for displeasing their superiors, regardless of their training or expertise. About a month ago, I managed to meet with an officer from our artillery battalion. We started serving in it at the same time. I was dropped from the unit to the hospital, but he displeased his superiors and ended up in an assault unit. And this was not an isolated case. Half the battalion's soldiers, who had already mastered their guns and were shooting well, were then sent by their commander to the infantry. It's impossible to say that this was a mistake. Almost every soldier can cite a dozen examples of such treatment of professionally trained soldiers. Each case can be documented. Let me return to the story of my friend. He holds the rank of captain. He was sent to command a company in the infantry. And that was precisely when the Ukrainian armed forces launched an attack. For 6 days and 6 nights, the Bandera followers kept coming at them. Bandera. Beautiful. Only 5 men from the company remained, those who managed to make their way out of the positions. From the hospital, they went directly back to the assault, and then back to the hospital. Then they were sent to a mortar battery, then back to the hospital, and so on, until the 4th time, in just over a year. So 4 times his body was pierced and his head was shaken. He calls me and happily informs me that he won't be going on any more attacks. Thank the gods, he says. What happened? My leg. Torn off almost at the knee. I have finally got what I wanted. I felt a certain dissonance at first speaking to him. How could he lose his leg and still be happy? But it turns out he was just happy to have survived after so many battles. Well, I almost thought the guy had lost his mind. But we sat together for a couple of hours and he told me a lot. If you started collecting everything the soldiers say about the orders in the army and about the commanders, it would be a multi-volume work. In that Moscow military hospital where I visited my captain, I had the chance to talk with an airborne forces colonel. A real fighter, this guy. He served as a conscript in Afghanistan. He had proper military training, 2 Chechen wars. This did not involve him sitting in a dugout far from the front lines. And that is why he was in the hospital for the 2nd time. A drone drop had damaged his legs with shrapnel. Hearing the colonel's account, and not just his, makes you want to tear your hair out, however. Down with those who allowed the war to unfold in this way. A paratrooper colonel's words. I have fought in many places, but I have never seen such an attitude towards military affairs and the lives of our soldiers. It is almost too hard to bear. Now, I'd just like to point out that Russia has kind of been like this for the whole time. However, at one time, they did actually appreciate and treat with deference their military, ranks. However, now they're sort of desperate. And it's just got to the point where it doesn't matter who you are. You're just a body and off you go in that direction. If you piss us off, you'll go there faster. And it's, it's a terrible situation to be in, isn't it? Just awful. Doesn't matter who you are, what your military rank is or what your experience is. You're going to be sent to the front line to have your legs blown off, if you're lucky. And that is why I have this. Desertion in the Russian army continues to grow. Especially noticeable is this trend in the Zaporizhzhia direction. It has now come to the point that Russian servicemen are daily presented with posters and information about the sentences of those who have deserted their units. However, the effect is the opposite. This is supposed to, scare the people into staying in the Russian army. And instead, they're saying these people have been locked up in prison. And the guys are thinking, well, look, prison is awful, but it's better than here, isn't it? So we're going to desert as well. So basically, more and more soldiers from the Zaporizhzhia direction are now choosing prison over the prospect of certain death in agony on the front line. So that's quite funny. 10 years in prison is a hysterical threat when the alternative is death in agony today. I mean, you know, if that's your options, you might choose prison, eh, Firefella?
I know which one I'm doing, Mockers, absolutely. Off to prison with me. Yeah. Live another day and all that.
Well, at least you've got an opportunity to survive, you know, and things may change because if you recall, the Russian government is it's under some stress and some strain recently. So you might find that, you know, that there's an opportunity to get out of prison in the future. You never know. So this is something that came up just over the last day or so and was very interesting and actually came from a State Duma deputy, Kyiv. He warned that with all the country's existing problems now getting worse because of the war and, well, Ukraine's dismantling of Russia's biggest income-producing sectors, that they need to, you know, pull the veil from their eyes and understand that the time for illusions is over. Let me just see what he's got to say here. Addressing the topic of the special military operation, which I have long avoided, I am forced to acknowledge corruption scandals are coupled with the ongoing loss of the most active and reproductive population due to ineffective leadership. You know who he's talking about there, don't you? Yeah, the only leader that they have.
That's a bit fruity.
It is, isn't it? I wonder how long it will take for this guy to find a window to fall out of. Anyway, attacks on our cities continue. Their geography is expanding. The West is increasing its supply of drones because, remember, Ukraine can't do this. It can't be Ukraine that's kicking our ass. To be fair, though, we are indeed helping by supplying drones, so I'll let him get away with that one. And we are forced to endure more. Yes. How are you liking that? The presidential administration is already declaring that the goals of denazification and demilitarization of Ukraine are effectively limited to the new territories and not the entire country. So what he's obviously talking about there is the, you know, territories of Ukraine that are occupied. He goes on, as they tend to do. If this situation persists, social unrest and chaos will become more likely. The West will inevitably exploit this to destroy the remnants of the Russian statehood. To be fair, guys, you're doing that by yourselves, so we're just watching. The political system has been led by the same team for a quarter of a century. Spotted that then, have you? And it appears to have largely lost touch with the needs of the people. Modern Russia has survived half the lifespan of the Soviet Union, yet only the oligarchs and their entourage, representing less than 5% of the population, can boast of development. Now, either this guy is really rather well connected and protected, or he has just run out of F's to give. Perhaps a bit of both. Anyway, he goes on. I call out the ruling authorities to come to their senses. We demand an end to the justified increase in unjustified increase in housing and utility tariffs, and the return of a fair pricing system. Oh, babe, get in the line. We all have problems. Mainly because of you, by the way. We must ensure genuine accountability for officials' failure to comply with the laws and direct orders from the president. Here he is, hedging so that he's not directly blaming the president, just everybody around him. Clever, that. That might just save him from a window. We need a clear public plan for completing this special military operation based on Russia's national interests. What are them then? We demand an end to the practice of ostentatious forums that are not followed by real action, and a focus on addressing the citizens' pressing problems. Now, I'll just point out that most of the citizens in Russia have had pressing problems for decades. However, what he's talking about here is it's actually now starting to affect the peoples of Moscow and St. Petersburg, and that is a pressing problem. That sure is. He goes on to say, and this is my favourite part of this, the time for illusions is over. The country is on the brink of social upheaval, and all the responsibility for it will fall on the permanent government. Again, he's pointing out that the government is technically illegitimate. And it will get worse, won't it? You see, the strategic defeat of Russia doesn't have to be on the battlefield. Their economy is eroded to the point of freefall. Their international standing is gone. There's very few people that, believe anything that Russia says these days. And the ones that do are only doing so in a disingenuous manner, Consequences. It would appear that Russia is finally starting to feel the consequences of their actions. Just tasty stuff. At least 24 Russian regions now have really high fuel prices. And what are they called? Rationing of fuel. Even in Moscow and St. Petersburg. Yesterday, there was this list that had been gathered just over 48 hours. Chelyabinsk, on June the 10th, introduced a 50-litre limit on gasoline and a 100-litre limit on diesel. Kemerovo on June the 11th. The Gazprom Neft gas stations have no AI-92 gasoline, and the TNK gas stations have no diesel. Khabarovsk on June the 11th. The remote regions of Sovetskaya Gavan and Vanino, there is no AI-95 gasoline, and there are huge queues for the AI-92 type. In Volgograd on June the 11th, Rosneft gas stations in Mamaev, Kurgan, no AI-95 gasoline. Ulyanovsk on June the 12th. Independent gas stations are selling only diesel and natural gas. They have no gasoline. Tatneft does have gasoline, but they have it on a 20-litre limit. Amur on June the 11th. The October village has no fuel of any kind and has had no food deliveries. The issue is more that, as well as a fuel shortage, they have some terrible roads around there. And nobody wants to run out of fuel on those terrible roads, so nobody's going there. Nice. I'm thinking this is Saratov with the T missing. So, June the 11th, the local branch of the Communist Party is saying that there are 20-litre limits at almost all their gas stations, and they are going to investigate. I'm sure that investigation will turn up whatever they're looking for, won't it? Astrakhan, June the 12th. Some Ecto oil gas stations are now completely out of gasoline. Chuvashia, June the 12th. 20-litre limits of gasoline, 40 of diesel for cars and larger vehicles, and 200 is the limit for diesel for large trucks, proper, logistics trucks, at the Tatneft gas stations. Buryatia, on June the 11th, the refuelling of canisters was forbidden, and exactly the same rules were brought in Khakazia and Altai Krai on the same date. Vologda, June the 12th, in Cherebots, is a V in there. Tatneft limits refueling of 20 litres of gasoline and 40 litres of diesel. Ivanovo, on June the 10th, gas stations inside the town of Ivanovo don't have any gasoline. Kaluga, on June the 11th, in the Ulianovo district, public transport isn't working because the gas station that they refuel at has run out of fuel. In Kursk, on June the 12th, gas stations in Kursk have now imposed limits, some as low as 10 litres of gasoline per vehicle, and others have stopped working altogether due to a lack of fuel. Tatarstan, on June the 12th, Tatneft gas stations in Kazan have introduced limits of 20 litres of gasoline or have just closed their doors due to a lack of fuel. So just amazing stuff. And just goes to show, doesn't it, that these things are, well, there's a couple of reasons why it's so bad. One, obviously, they're taking out their production and their storage. Two, logistics. If you don't have fuel to get your logistics to the further flung places, you just won't send them. And three, well, when you know there's a shortage of something, we're incredibly selfish, all of us. And we will run out and grab some of that for ourselves, just in case. So a lot of people have gone out and what you would consider panic buying a fuel, which is fine because I'm all right, Jack, and I've got some fuel. However, you know what that leads to then, don't you, fire fella? That leads to people stealing the fuel from each other. And there has been quite a lot of new incidences of people having their fuel stolen at night directly from their vehicles by people siphoning it off. I mean, how very shocking. In fact, didn't this used to happen all the time in the good old, bad old days of the Soviet Union?
Because I'm dying here. I'm reaching for the tissues for them. Bless them, cotton socks. There's so much woe. Fuck off, am I? I'm reaching for the popcorn. And I'm going to watch. Yes, and I'm seeing loads of videos of people, as you said, siphoning petrol. It's about, you've got to get it in your mouth. It's horrible. Cancer coming down the line. They're nicking it off their mates, aren't they? And also, the black market is full of it, isn't it? And also, they're sending civilians with their trunks full of 200, 300, 400 litres of fuel to the front lines. That's not going to go well for them, people, because now they become combatants and legal targets. Silly batnicks.
Well, you see, some of these people, they're paying ridiculous amounts to do so, which is all very well and good until it doesn't arrive in your bank account, just pointing out that sometimes they promise you the world and it just never arrives.
Oh yeah, there'll be loads of skullduggery going on. Good God, I wouldn't trust a vatnik with me bicycle, let alone anything else. Mind you, they should take the bicycle, shouldn't they?
Well, a bit of exercise never did you too much harm. Although, I'll be honest, my knees probably wouldn't enjoy bicycle riding anymore. So, let's just have a look and see what's happening right now. Within the last half an hour, it was reported that 7 Russian airports remain closed because of Ukraine's, drones filling up their sky. Because they have, well, not as much air defence as they purported to have. And it does make me chuckle because they, have basically forced Ukraine to build up so much air defence that they're now taking out Russian drones in the 90%, 90+%. And they themselves have lost so much air defence. Now, one of the things that was reported yesterday was that the Russians confirm that not all Ukrainian drones have warheads on them. And that's fine. Not all Russian drones have warheads on them. But what Ukraine are doing is they're sending a certain amount of decoys along with, the actual drones that are going to do the damage. And that's to, again, lessen the impact of air defence. So if air defence knocks out 10 drones out of, 20 going in a direction, a proportion of them will never have had a warhead attached to them anyway. So it doesn't matter that they get taken out because that's entirely their purpose, is to just, soak up some of the air defence bullets. When Russia has some, there's that too. Now, Kaluga and Tambov airports were the first to be ordered closed, and they're still closed. Nizhny Novgorod, Yaroslavl, Kostroma, they all followed. And now Moscow's Zhukovsky Airport and Domodedovo Airport are also restricted. Do you want a little bit of an update on the seizure of the Russian shadow tanker?
Oh, please. Last I see, it was off not off Plymouth, it was off Portland. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, we've got here, it's the Cameroon-flagged Smyrtos, Smyrtos. It's in UK waters now. Troops boarded the vessel and it's been taken to Weymouth. And there's the vessel finder details on it now. So it was on its way to, it was on its way from, it says here, last port, Ust-Luga, 13 days ago. So it's officially at anchor and its destination is not available. Believe it or not. So yes, that's where it is. It's off the coast of Weymouth. That right down the bottom of the country there, basically.
Yeah, it's steady. In the sunny part, behave.
Yeah.
But it's in a deep water anchorage. That's the point, because it's not going into port, has it?
No, it is not. It is being anchored off the coast there. And, this is just one of the places where we could quite happily store quite a few Russian Shadow Fleet tankers. That or the scrapyard, because a lot of these are pretty much ready to be scrapped some time ago. So there's that too.
Yeah. Well, once you get one in deep water, you can anchor that, and then you can tie loads of other boats to it. I'm just saying. And then you can have a big bonfire if you like. Yeah, I'm just saying. Just spitballing.
Well, sometimes these things, Russian stuff especially, appears to be highly flammable. In fact, the Yaroslavl region is under attack again within the last I'm getting reports from the last 15 minutes here. In addition, more drones have been seen and heard over occupied parts of Luhansk and Zaporizhzhia regions. So I would say that, relentless, I think that's the word we're looking for, relentless. I do hope that Russia is paying attention because, well, they do appear to be, struggling now. And there have been some reports from some nice young man here. I'm trying to work out which one of these to talk about first. Well, he makes Natalka has translated 2 of this guy's pieces to camera. So this is a Russian historian. He's called Ivan Mironov. And he's discussing his country's backward approach to innovation. So let's have a little look at what he has to say, because he's kind of whiny. He is. How can we compete today when foreign AI companies have already made investments exceeding $1 trillion? So he's a bit sad that, Russia just are not able to compete. That's a shame, isn't it? Yes, more than $3 trillion, he says. They are already planning to build data centers on the moon, closer to the sun to get cheap energy. Oh, mate, you do fall for the propaganda, don't you? Yeah, that's a load of bullshit, by the way.
Oh,
That's not happening.
oh, good God. That's a good. I haven't heard that one, but yeah, disinformation. I'll laugh me what's it off at that. Yeah, well played.
Oh, Elon's been saying this for a while, that they're going to build data centers on the moon because it'll be closer to the sun.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, he goes on. And we are not even trying to have a say in this struggle for the future, because it is part of the future. We try to deny it. We call it Satanism and say it is terrible. Oh dear. But we have already gone through this whole story when we recognized all physics and partially all sciences also as Satanism. Oh dear. Well, he's got a point, hasn't he? Doctors were persecuted. Physicists burned at the stake, but in the end, we found the strength and opportunity to overcome this in our history. Nevertheless, we are now moving along this path, rolling backwards, as Dugin said, to the magnificent Middle Ages. Oh, he's a bit concerned that they're going backwards. Have you seen our wonderfully domestically produced robots that were shown at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum? We did see them, yes.
I did. Did you,
Yes.
mockers? Good
They
God.
were terrible. He goes on to say, they were probably more similar to the products developed for the projects aimed at improving fine motor skills in Chinese children with cerebral palsy. He's not very complimentary, is he? That's a bit rude. So, yeah, he says, what competition can we even talk about? We are not even part of it. Well, that's a bit sad, isn't it? And it is kind of, what he's saying is kind of pretty true here, that Russia does seem to belong in an earlier, century, perhaps even millennium, to the rest of us, that they appear to be, heading back into Soviet times at some velocity and claiming that they're enjoying it, when quite clearly they're not. Gosh. So he goes on then to actually speak about Putin. But he doesn't name Putin. He speaks as though he's speaking about the country as an old man who is gravely ill on his deathbed. And this is probably to save him from falling out of a window. All of these debates about the economy, the resources that must be reserved, the property rights, it reminds me of a very rich man who is seriously, gravely ill. It's as though he's he's put this analogy together so he can speak about somebody who he thinks is on his deathbed.
They're ever so whiny today, Mockers, aren't they? They are really
Yeah.
whiny.
Just recently, they've been through some things, so what do you expect?
Popcorn.
Here he is. Yes, indeed. Here he is. Now, when he says he's referring to his analogy of the country, remember? Here he is trying to cling to any chance, but everyone understands that his condition will only end in one way, and that is his death in the near future. It's very cheerful. It may be possible to delay this slightly, but he is nevertheless assembling a panel of outstanding specialists from different countries and various clinics to no avail. They are fighting with each other while covered in blood, drool and snot, arguing about what to do to help him to survive. Remember, him is Russia. But the goal is to buy a little time, just enough for him to say farewell to the loved ones, confess, perhaps take communion. But that is all. And if the treatment doesn't go as planned, death will be almost instantaneous. This is more or less our current state of affairs. Well, he is cheerful, isn't he? We are enjoying it, or at least I am, as a historian. I enjoy this fascinating spectacle of an era of transition. Yeah, the problem is, mate, you're not supposed to go backwards anyway. And as a historian, do you see anything extraordinary in it? Are these slow millstones grinding on, as they always do, by their same ironclad laws? Well, there are ways to pull yourself out of it, but obviously you guys just don't want to do that. If I saw only some ironclad laws and patterns in this, and nothing remarkable, it would actually be boring. He's trying to brush this off now. Imagine there are two screenwriters writing a monumental series about the events unfolding in front of us. Where do we go from here? Even 3 months ago, we couldn't have predicted what is happening now. And we definitely cannot predict what will happen in 6 months' time. Well, that is true. And it's that uncertainty in particular which makes the, European leaders nervous as well. Because, well, we don't know what's going to happen. But you know what? You need to lean into it, because when the Soviet Union fell, we also didn't know what was going to happen. And, we're still here, aren't we? Time's still ticking on. So I think we need to just sort of, just relax. Just lean into it. Just let Russia die. See what happens. He goes on to say, it is not a linear scenario at all. But in hindsight, when we compress these last 10 to 15 years into just a few paragraphs, everything will appear simple. Deceptively simple. And so what's he saying there? Is he saying that basically we're fucked and we know it, and it's very simple, that, we're just repeating our mistakes of the past? Now, there are some Russian citizens who don't want to be part of this. And there have been some quite interesting reports, one of which I'm just going to dig out here from my back channels, which is basically they did an interview with a lady who was part of the resistance. And she was saying how basically Russia has become a gulag again. And here we go. Zarina Zabrinsky did this interview with the Russian resistance, with a lady. She says she is afraid. Of course I am afraid. But living in what feels like a concentration camp now is more frightening. This is happening to all of us now. Instead of building families or living our lives, instead of giving birth to children, we must simply die for somebody's war, somebody's incomprehensible interests, which I absolutely do not share and do not support. The events happening in Ukraine are terrible, and it's about how our military treats the civilians, the ordinary people, and all these horrible facts coming to light now about what went on in Bucha. It's awful. It shouldn't be. There are clear-thinking people who understand what is happening here and that we need to fight and do something about it rather than just sit at home and worry and wait for somebody to do it for us. Nobody is going to come and solve our problems so we can live well unless we take the action, unless we fight. Nothing will ever change. It will only ever get worse. Of course it's scary. But what else am I supposed to do? I am a human, of course. I am afraid. And very, very interesting article by Zarina Zabrinsky. She does a video to go along with it, and I'm just going to repost that again now. That was from the 12th of June, and I think definitely worth paying some attention to, because it does appear that there are people now who are trying their best to fight from the inside. And a lot of the strikes that Ukraine have been making, information to guide those strikes has been provided by people inside Russia. When they hit FSB bases and, military concentrations and things like that, it's usually because people have told them, provided the information and the coordinates. And so we do see some Russian people standing up against their government now. They may not survive it, but this is what they have to do for themselves. Nobody can do it for them. And I think it's important that we do acknowledge that, the Black Spark in particular exists, that the Freedom of Russia Legion exists. There are these partisan groups who are now fighting from the inside out. And this is how Russia is going to change in the future. Not through anything we do, but through their own people fighting from the inside to make a change. That's the only way they're going to reform. And hopefully, these are the people who will rise to the top in the end. But of course, it's the little people who usually just get ground into the ground, isn't it? So, shall I give you a quick Illumina update? Would you like one of those?
Oh, I would. How's things? Yeah, because I was a bit out of the loop yesterday. But so how's things chugging along? Because building momentum last time I checked.
Well, we are indeed still building momentum all the time. We have now transitioned to Illumina 22 because it looks pretty obvious that it's not going to get on the 21st sanctions package now. Pretty convinced of that. However, the 31st vessel, this time the Estonian-owned Hansa, Hansa is the Estonian shipping company, the Kethi, departed Mohinish with Illumina bound for Russia, the 31st vessel to do so since the 14th of March when continuous monitoring began. It's just worth noting that reportedly recently, the tonnage of alumina in Q1, so the 1st of January to the 31st of March 2026, was approximately 200,000 tonnes that had been delivered to Russia at that point. However, our estimated figures show that this has grown even since then. So, that is continuing as well. I'm just seeing a video from this ship being boarded, by the way. I gotta say, British soldiers all dressed up like that were very attractive indeed. Ooh. There's a new strike in the Yaroslavl region as well. You'll be glad to know. Anyway, where was I? Yes. So, there's been something which I think is a development which is worth noting. And Dan pointed this out yesterday, that Canada, Mark Carney popped over to Ireland for a meeting with his Irish counterpart, and according to reports, Orhanish Alumina is at the forefront of those discussions. It's amazing, isn't it, how NAFO has started to set the global agenda. Beautiful work. Now, Canada, would you believe, are a global leader in alumina and aluminium production. And it looks as though he's been invited specifically to discuss something to do with the alumina plant. Now, there is a possibility that Canada might be interested in purchasing this plant if it were to be nationalised. Because let's face it, the Irish government don't really know what to do with it at this point, and they need somebody to take it off their hands and run it properly. Now, would you believe that Orhanish used to be owned by a company called Alcan until 2007? 2007. Oh, excuse me, 19 years ago. In 2007, it was purchased from Alcan by Rusal. Do you know what nationality Alcan is, by any chance, Firefella? Can you guess?
They'll be Canadian because they're the largest producers of bauxite practically in the world, aren't they? That would be my guess.
Yes, they absolutely are Canadian. And this has been one of the problems with the suggestion of nationalising the plant, that all the bauxite that is going into the plant comes from Russian sources. And the Russian owners basically said, you nationalise our plant and you won't get any of the feedstock that you need to continue the plant going on, because we'll just shut down delivery of it. Tough. 2 fingers up. And so they have to come up with another idea. And since this has been made too hot to handle by public opinion and outcry, and all the people, making a point to their MEPs that this is just not acceptable, that we're supplying the Russian war effort. It's not just Ireland, by the way, so don't be dumping on Ireland like, all of us are doing this. Belgium's got a problem, Finland, Sweden's dealing with their problem because, they have realised that they should. Germany, deliveries through Kazakhstan, just all the problems that we've highlighted before, and nothing has ever been done about them. But this looks really positive. This looks as though, Ireland did have a plan to nationalise the Rusal plant, Orhanish, but they put it like as a last resort. But now they're feeling this massive amount of pressure. It would actually be a huge win for them to nationalise the plant, to sell it back to Canada, who would then be able to run the plant without any involvement of Russians. And that, I think, is what they're hoping to do.
Sweet. Loving that, Mockers. That'd be a really good outcome. That would. And just one point, people, don't hate on the Irish. It's not them. And I only say that because all the disinformation and the Vatniks are jumping on it and trying to make it a divisional, trying to sow division. And we can't let that happen. It's not the Irish people, it's the Vatniks in Ireland that we don't like. But excellent work, Mockers. Excellent.
Well, it does show that the Irish government have been put under a lot of pressure by the Russian owners of the plant. Perhaps they've been threatened. Perhaps some of them have been paid off. It doesn't really matter as long as this gets dealt with. And we can do those investigations later, that thing can be sorted out later on. But stopping the flow of alumina to Russia is the main thing. That's the most important thing here. So it does look as though there is a plan in place to possibly do something about it. And I think that would be a big win for the current Irish government, especially as they're looking to take over, the European Parliament. And it would just be a massive stain on their, heading up the Irish Parliament, the European Parliament, wouldn't it? It would just chase them around like an angry dog all the time. And so I think they're planning to do something about it. And I feel as though they spoke to the Canadian leader very specifically about this plant because there is opportunity. I mean, hopefully this will be a way for the government to climb out of the hole that they've dug themselves. And we do know that for Canada, it would be a fabulous PR stunt as well. They would also get themselves more investment in the EU, which is something that Canada is looking to do, is to partner more with EU rather than, their American counterparts at the moment. It is also worth noting alumina could be delivered to Canada to be sold to them. They have cheap electricity and aluminium smelters. And they would be quite happy to deal with that product. And guess what? They would then sell it back to the EU. Now, there's a trusted partner that we could indeed rely on. And I just think that would make perfect sense, wouldn't it? So, Prince is making a phone call, so I'll just carry on for a little bit longer because I've got a little bit more to say anyway. So, Margus Tashanka, he's Estonian, and he's done an op-ed in the Estonian news talking about the Russian defense industry depending on aluminium because, the foundational metal of war, as per West Point. But aluminium, of course, depends on alumina. And so Estonia has proposed an EU ban on these exports to Russia. If we're serious about raising the cost of aggression, we must close this loophole, which is very important. However, Hansa Shipping from Estonia are still, participating, shall we say. Now, we do have to point out that Hansa Shipping are basically a Russian company under a Estonian shell. And perhaps that's something that Mr. Tashanka could concentrate on, because I'm sure he has some influence that would be able to help with that. But Sergei Kyslytsya, Ukrainian, and quite an important one, the first deputy head of the office of the president, has come out and said thank you very much to him for his principled position and timely initiative. It is disappointing that some obvious things have to be addressed in the 5th year of the full-scale aggression, as if the European alumina imported to Russia is used exclusively to wrap their sweets in aluminium foil. to be served in the Kremlin. Russia continues to actively use any imported alumina to support their production of ballistic missiles to the Iskander-M missile system, the Zircon hypersonic missiles and Caliber cruise missiles, as well as Shahed strike drones and unmanned aerial vehicles. Available information indicates that European alumina is supplied to the aluminium sales company ASK, a Russian entity identified as a key supplier of aluminium products to the Votkinsk machine building plant. The Votkinsk machine building plant is a known manufacturer of Iskander ballistic missile systems. So, you know, it's pretty obvious, isn't it, that this stuff is ending up in Russian missiles at the very least. And so, yeah, it would make an awful lot of sense for us to be able to do something about it. Now, like I say, it's not just Ireland. Nicholas Tenza, he's quite important. I can't be bothered to translate all these titles, but he's also noted that it is indeed unacceptable that alumina being used to produce aluminium, a key component in many types of Russian missiles and drones, continues to be exported to Moscow from the EU, even if it is a Russian-owned plant. And he then goes on to say, I hope that all EU countries will now follow this lead and close all the loopholes. Now, Estonia, I think, is standing up in particular because guess what? If Russia were to decide to attack the Baltic states in some way, Estonia would probably be one of those places. You know, that the Narva border there, that they've had a lot of, shall we say, threats. Estonia understands that if Russia were to decide to attack them properly with drones, they would be in a lot of trouble. And you know, anybody who's not on Russia's border doesn't necessarily understand in the same way. But I think, you know, it is important that we go for alumina as the first, but then that it has a knock-on effect to the rest of the dominoes. Copper, nickel, just all sorts of machine parts and chips and just everything that we appear to still be sending to Russia, either directly or indirectly through Kazakhstan. You know, all of this still happening. And absolutely shocking that it's still happening. So, yeah, we all need to have a good long look at ourselves and realise that, you know, if we don't do something about this, it will continue and continue to be problematic, because we're going to continue to feed the Russian war machine and stand by and watch while they murder our Ukrainian friends, as we have been doing for years now, and I think it's time to stop. Anyway, there is something that's been noted here about this tanker being boarded from Russia's Shadow Fleet. This military operation lasted 6 hours and was conducted with support from the Royal Navy's aviation assets, including Chinook, Merlin Mk4, and Wildcat helicopters. A RAF P-8 maritime patrol aircraft and HMS Sutherland and HMS Ledbury were also on the scene. The boarding operation was closely carried out in coordination with French forces. Remember how I said, Firefella, that we were we were doing some practice with the French, and we were probably going to ask them to back us up.
I do. So now it's come to
Yeah.
bear. Now it's come to prove,
Yeah.
isn't it? And they're all in there. Good boys.
Exactly. Now, I'd just like to point out that this has happened during the very first days of the new Defence Secretary being put into place. Now, I'm not saying that Mr. Healy was unwilling to carry out these sorts of actions, but I wonder if he was trying to use this as leverage to get what he wanted, and that's why we haven't seen anything happening previously, because you know what political people are like. Just worth, pointing that out, that Mr. Healy, I have an extreme amount of respect for him, but it was becoming pretty obvious that he had authorization to carry out these sorts of things and hadn't done them. And people were starting to really shout about it. It may just be coincidental because, we do look to have been getting some practice in with helping out the French, and now the French are helping us out. It's nice when you can work together, isn't it, like that? It is nice. So I'm being told now that we can kill the space. So I thank you very much, Firefella, for spending your time with me. And also, everybody listening, I thank you too. I love you. I mean it.
Yeah, she does, people. So thank you for the Illumina update, and hopefully we'll get a result there. And it's good to see the English government at last, or the British government actually, not the English. The British government getting its finger out and doing something, which I'm all in favour of. Just hope this is the start of many, and we get a good result. Hope we find something, more importantly. Don't forget, people, support the fundraisers. Ukraine is still fighting every day. We're all doing our stuff, so don't forget the boys and girls on the front line. Support them, as many fundraisers as you can with as much money as you can afford to do. And just take care and look after yourselves. Slava Ukraini mockers.
Heroam Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smert Vilaham.
Ed Vilaham.
Svetveraham. Yes, sorry about that. I did have to make a phone call for a few minutes there, but we got that taken care of, and I can't find the calendar.
I'm sure it's where it was last left. I promise.
Well, it is. The tab wouldn't come up. There we go. I got it now. So later today will be at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 2 a.m. Kyiv. Will be Adam and Robin with the Culture Hour, Kvetching Hour, and then Book Club. And then at 2 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Kyiv will be Firefella and Mockers again. Yeah, that's Monday. I gotta find somebody to do Tuesday. And then following them will be Iwana and Will this week. And they'll be with you for a few couple of hours then. So that is the plan at this point. So with that, I think we will just say Skirl Popachimus.
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 Join us.